Mm. Mm. Wow. I feel like it's a huge mistake for Biden to not resign. Well, we'll get to there. Hold on. Hold on. 4 DMs. I'm waking up earlier every day. How much? I've been experimenting with the starch stuff. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. How much do you have to use to not like? Was it actually worth? Where are my ironers at? How's the next 4 years under Trump going to be for you? Well, considering I'll probably save more on my taxes than you'll make in a year, probably pretty good if he wins. I'm in what they call a win-win situation, my friend. What's the blurry shit at the bottom of the camera? My water bottle. I had ironed my uniform for work for a year, and I can never tell the difference between using starch versus not using it. Maybe I'm retarded. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe on different fabrics it matters more. Hold on, 4 more DMs. Starch is a lie. It's not worth it. You have the money, just dry clean everything. Actually, true. I could just separate like my shirts and pants and take them down to the, because I think we have one in the apartment complex. You only want to starch things like white formal collared shirts. Yeah, I realized after ironing a few of these, like the button-ups, I don't think it's worth it. Or things with like that fabric. I guess because I've never really paid much attention to clothes before. I always bought just like everything I bought must have just been made out of cotton or whatever. And cotton like wrinkles like crazy, or certain types of fabric. No, because the dress shirts must not be cotton, but whatever material they are, the very synthetic stuff from the Lululemon doesn't really iron well, and it doesn't really wrinkle much. So there's like no point in it. But like there's a few like t-shirts I still have that are made of cotton that are super worth ironing. Like if you don't, they look like trash. And the pants are always worth ironing, I think. Apostate. I don't know. All of that was fucking memes. Just put a moist towel over stuff you're going to iron and that's enough. Wait, why not just use the steam setting on the iron? Why would you put a moist towel over anything? Okay, last one. Are you considering having kids in the future? And if not, are you considering TRT? Basically, legal steroids at typical doses. Whether or not I have kids in the future will depend on if a person that I'm with really wants kids, and if I feel like I've got enough free time and they've got enough free time to do everything, maybe. But I don't have like a particular desire. I would say for considering TRT, you should check and see what the symptoms of having low testosterone are. And if you don't feel like you have those symptoms, you absolutely should not step into a male clinic because they will sell you anything. Just always know that. Anybody that says like, oh yeah, I went and talked to a doctor about this and they recommended blah, blah, blah. You ask them, who was your doctor? And if they say, oh, it's my general practitioner or whatever, oh, okay, sure, your GP or whoever you see normally. But if they say, well, I went to a clinic that specializes in this, they will always try to sell you TRT every single time. There's not a single man that will walk into a male clinic that will not come out with like 16 different recommendations for things. Fashion bar here, you're going to come to the realization that literally every piece of your wardrobe worth of shit will need ironing every time after use. It's going to make you frustrated. It's going to annoy you, but it's a fact of life, unfortunately. I don't mind ironing, like I said, like the cotton t-shirts I have for sure, but I disagree. I feel like there are some synthetic fabrics that you just don't iron because they don't really wrinkle. They don't hold anything. Like I was trying to get with some of these shirts, like you iron the shirt and like nothing is even happening. Like they don't hold creases, but they don't wrinkle out of the dryer. It's just, I think certain types of fabrics probably lend themselves more. Like cotton stuff, like I said, I have a few t-shirts that are cotton. Those iron very well and they wrinkle horribly. Yeah, but I think it more depends on the fabric more than anything else. A quick shout out. Apparently Trainwrecks said that he got in contact with Kicks Moderation. They chatted with them. They chatted with me. We had a chat back and forth. And yeah, damn. Squad W. Do you use fabric softener when you do laundry? I don't even know what that is. I don't think so, or maybe I do. I do laundry detergent, and then I use a dryer sheet in the dryer for static, I think. But I also heard that called fabric softener. To be honest, you can afford one of those dumb expensive cabinets that shake and steam press. I think that there are some things, I'm trying to think. There are a lot of like technologies that make some things easier and better, but for some reason there are some things that's like the old school ways are just always superior. At least when it comes to pants. When it comes to pants and dress shirts, I think you should always iron. Steaming is better than nothing, but I don't think there's anything that beats like a super crisp cuff or like a super crisp neck, whatever the fuck this shit is called, or like having the very nice crease in your dress pants. Steaming will make your clothes look not wrinkled, but it won't make your clothes look ironed. I think, especially if you're dressing up and you want to wear dress up clothes, having the nice crisp like things are, yeah, very, very, very. I think it's essential. Okay, let us read. Okay, Joseph R. Biden Jr. Wait, is this not the normal Joe Biden? My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we've made great progress as a nation, capital N. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. Which one was that? Appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America's never been better positioned to lead than where we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve you as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me reelected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and to let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you've placed in me. I believe today what I always have. There is nothing America can't do. When we do it together, we just have to remember we are the United States of America. Hello, everybody. I think the interesting thing is that there is no explicit endorsement of Kamala Harris, although I imagine now they're probably working behind the scenes to figure out what the next step is, because it kind of has to be Kamala Harris, but they might also want to try to do like an open convention. They also probably want to think about who Kamala's VP would be if they do that. Do you think Cenk will endorse them now? No. I don't think Cenk or Honor, I don't know if these people are liberals at all. I don't think they'll endorse anybody that comes up. I think from I say that is that actually true? Would that actually be true? I don't think so. I don't think I don't know if they would endorse Kamala. Cenk wants an open convention. No, he doesn't. They want a progressive. The open convention is a byproduct of them wanting a progressive, and that's probably the only reason why. Do you think this fucks Democrats since it's so close to election season? I mean, it could, or it could be really good. It's like I said before, the margins of like what can happen now are so much greater and so much worse than what it could have been. It could be that somebody gets swapped in. I'm just going to repeat what I said a week ago or whatever. Somebody gets swapped in, and it could be like a huge revitalizing moment where everybody is like super hyped and the next candidate is like younger and, you know, yeah, and it could be an amazing moment. Or it could be that somebody else comes in and there's like a whole bunch of baggage that wasn't revealed before, and now you've got a couple months before the election, and that's all people are talking about. Like, who knows? It's a lot of uncertainty. I will say, I think if I was running for the president under the Democrat thing, I feel like the only thing I would repeat over and over again, it would just be like being salty. But I would just repeat over and over again. I was like, okay, well, every single person in the country constantly said, why is it that these are the two candidates we can vote on? Why is it Biden and Trump? Why is it these two candidates? Well, time to show that that actually meant something when you said it. But do you take caller questions now? I don't understand how this bullying is democratic. You talked with Pisco yesterday about how primaries are not binding or whatever. How is this democratic? How is it democratic, the primary process? I mean, typically you kind of vote on your candidate. I mean, usually that's how it goes. But I mean, when you talk about primaries and you talk about parties, the parties are private parties. These aren't like the Democratic Party is not the government, and the Republican Party is not the government. Like there's not some constitutional obligation to them to say that like Biden has to, you know, constitutionally has to be the candidate forever, you know. The only mistake was not endorsing Harris in the statement. They're probably they probably don't even know what they want to do next. They probably don't know 100% if they want to endorse Harris. Probably I feel like they kind of have to, but true. Is there a site you go to read research papers? Not really. You predicted that yesterday. Predicted what yesterday? I think the writing was probably on the wall when stuff started getting leaked to the press, because it's pretty obvious that they're trying to do like external pressure. I think that's what we talked about yesterday, that the if all this stuff is getting leaked to the press, it's not happening on accident, right? Especially stuff with like fucking Obama and shit. Somebody sent me an email about this, I think yesterday morning, that I read, and I was like, oh, I guess that's pretty obvious. I didn't really consider that like, if this much high level communication is getting leaked to the press, it's probably to put pressure on Biden to step down. Oh, wait, what? Hello. Okay, well, there we go. My fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president. It's been the best decision I've made. Today, I'm going to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. Oh my God, she's a child. She's an actual toddler compared to the age of these candidates. Only 50. She doesn't even qualify for Social Security. I don't even know if she can take early Social Security yet. Jesus. Freshly 59. Her live. I'm sorry, that's not right. Earliest Social Security age. When can you start drawing early? It's 62, yeah. Do you think Kamala has a better chance than Biden? I have no idea. I don't think anybody really knows. You can see polls, which are snapshots in time of the vice president in a hypothetical race against Trump, but we'll find out in the next couple of weeks. Is this pretty much locked in now, or can the DNC throw a curveball still? I mean, it's not like legally locked in or anything. Like they could still change it, but realistically, it would be wild for them to change course. My assumption is going to be, if Biden stepped down, then he definitely was speaking to the party about it. So if he was speaking to the party about it and party leaders, there's probably a conversation about who to nominate, and there should be a coherent and consistent plan moving forward. So if this is the nomination that Biden is doing, unless he's doing this at to fuck the party or something, then this should be the direction for it. I doubt they're going to do like an open convention, and I doubt they're going to do picking a different candidate. I don't think they can pick a different candidate, right? Like realistically, I don't think that would survive. I think you have to you'd either have to do an open primary or you'd have to do like an open convention or something else, yeah. Why are people excited about Kamala? Do polls even suggest she'll do better than Biden in key states? I think it's literally right now, I really think it's just to get over the senility talking point. Well, no, it is. It's 100%. That's the only reason. Is she even good? What has she done as VP? I don't know what responsibilities she's typically taken on, but I think VPs tend to VPs can do anything. I think you're basically like I don't want to say servant of the president, but I think it's like whatever the president asks you to do that you kind of do. I think the only official job the vice president has is to be the leader of the Senate, which I don't think normally matters, but if it's split 50-50, the VP can cast the tie-breaking vote. I don't know if the Senate calls order, like the vice president does ordinary work in the Senate when they're doing votes and stuff. I think it's only to cast a tie-breaking vote, I think. What does this do for the RFK Jr. chances? I imagine it can only help or do nothing, because now everybody will kind of look and reconsider like who they're voting for. Like some percentage of Democrats might reanalyze their decision now. And so a lot of them are going to look at RFK. Not a lot, but like a decent chunk of people look at RFK. Probably nobody will look at Trump. And then some people might not vote. And then there's a lot of people that might now want to vote, maybe. Who knows? Like I said, it's all an open thing, you know? What will be the main talking point of MAGA against Kamala? I imagine something to do with California. It would have been similar to for Newsom. That would be my guess. Actually true. Metal. Oh, fuck. Could we... Okay, record this prediction, so if I'm right, okay, it's based, okay? I bet Donald Trump is going to say that this pick is anti-democratic and he doesn't support that poor Biden is being robbed of his nomination, just like Bernie Sanders is, and he's going to use that as an excuse to skip any debate with Kamala Harris. And he's not going to do any future debates with her so that he doesn't have to look like a fucking clown on stage. Oh, shit. He's already saying that? Wait, fuck. Wait, Link, where? I heard last week that he would resign at this exact time and date. It was widespread knowledge in D.C. The real powers that be are discarding the old puppet in favor. Oh, this is Elon. Oh, fucking Elon. I heard from a few people that that Biden was for sure stepping down. I think I've had 4 different people tell me that with connections to D.C., but it was over the past week, and then they've all of them have like gone back and forth on it. So, but I'm not like ultra well connected in D.C., so I don't know. Maybe there was chatter, maybe there wasn't. Maybe people were just talking shit. I have no idea. I don't know how many people have actually known, or if anybody knew before yesterday. I'm not sure. Thanks, Blue John. Other than Kamala Harris, who else could be a competitor against Trump? Well, the reason why Kamala Harris probably has to be next is oh wait, fuck. The reason why it probably has to be Kamala Harris is because for logistical reasons, she can inherit all the campaign funds, although that isn't necessarily like crucial because they could toss it all to a super PAC and run ads that way. But so logistically it probably has to be, but I think like morally or ethically or on brand, I think that it probably looks really bad for you to skip over your vice president and say that we're going to pick somebody else when it's like that's the vice president. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it's 100% about Biden's age, or is any of his other positions influenced this decision? I think it literally just comes down to that debate, unfortunately. Do you think there's anything to be gained from Biden stepping down from being president now and letting Kamala become the current president? It would probably add a lot of responsibility to Kamala. It'd probably add a lot of drama to the race that they don't need. It'd probably be good for her to focus on running rather than like making her the president and everything too. Yeah. This talk from conservatives about Biden step down being anti-democratic is so hypocritical. Conservatives have no valid opinion on anything related to government, democracy, or anything else. Most conservatives don't even know the three branches of government. It's not. Most conservatives don't even want three branches of government. So don't ever listen to a conservative's critique on this. Same thing with progressives as well. They have nothing of value to contribute to the conversation. The only people whose opinions you should care about are DNC party member opinions or people that are like strong Democratic voters. Conservatives don't matter. They don't have the concern of the party or the country at the front of their mind. And progressives don't really care either. A lot of them are illiberal. They just want to like shoehorn in their own progressive candidates. So like people like Cenk and Anna, their opinions on this aren't really relevant. They don't matter. Cenk himself said before that he wasn't going to vote for Biden before the debate performance, so it didn't matter. So. Opinions on Pete Buttigieg as a nominee. Personally, I really like Pete, but I don't know if everybody's drawn to that aesthetic. There's a weird, I don't know how to say this. In the United States, I think for gendered roles for men, I think intelligence is not as highly valued as like charisma or there's like a presence. I don't know how to explain it. But like having somebody step up and be like knowing all the stats and the figures and blah, blah, blah. I don't think that Americans value that as much. That's a trait that I value a lot. I hold that trait in very high regard. That's why I like Pete so much in the last primaries. But I remember seeing, I don't remember if it was polls or maybe it was just articles, but people were saying they didn't like Pete because he was too elitist. Like he speaks 4 languages. Wow, look at this guy. He's so smart. Oh my God, right? People like didn't like that. They actually, they just weren't a fan of that. So I don't know if, I don't know if Pete would ever be appealable to the, and then also the minority vote is a very important component of the democratic process for the Democrat Party, and Pete's gay, so it'd be a first husband. So that would be that'd be a thing. Good VP pick, I think, matters a lot here. I feel like you have to have, it has to be somebody to shore up one of the important states, right? What are the important states right now? What is it like? It's like Michigan. What is it like? Michigan, Arizona, Pennsylvania. What are the ones that are like that people are considering like the big ones? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Gretchen is, dude, this would be such an aggressive ticket. A woman VP and a black woman president. My God. Opinion on female candidate versus a man. Will people be misogynistic? I mean, I think it plays a little bit. I think race and misogyny play a little bit into it. But and then together, you've got your intersectional dynamics. But I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Hillary destroyed Trump in the popular vote. Obama, had record turnout for his election. That was a woman. That was a black man. Maybe it doesn't matter as much. Maybe we're, in a way, as much as it triggers people on the left, I think we're kind of past that stuff a little bit. Like, I feel like the Conservative Party today is so interested to see how the political and cultural landscape changes in the country. I think that the Conservative Party today doesn't really manifest racism the same way that it kind of did 20 years ago. And it doesn't really manifest sexism the same way either. You have people that, like, I feel like now the focus is on trans people. Like, that's the thing that people are so incensed about on the right. And then you have, I don't know if the gendered stuff I just feel like it hasn't been as much of like mainstream Republican discourse. But also this is like going by what I see on media networks and everything too. Maybe there is like a lurking feeling that is kind of like creeping somewhere that just hasn't come out anywhere. I'm not sure. Hillary won the popular vote. You never mentioned that. I feel like I've said that twice today, and I feel like I mention it literally every single time. But we've been hearing from these supposed centrists that they just can't vote for Biden because of his age. I'm curious on what their excuse will be when they still vote for Trump anyways. Well, keep in mind there's a difference between like the centrists online. If somebody says they're centrist online, they're always a conservative. 99% of the time, they're conservative. They just, for some reason, well, no, it's not for some reason, because they want to have the aesthetic of being nonpartisan, so they won't say it, but... I think, oh man, I hope Kamala gets her debate with Trump. Is it fair and also soy to realize that women voters are basically our last line of defense from turnkey tyranny? I think women are an important vote. It's very funny to me to listen to some people in the United States talk about how worthless, and I think it's mainly the left that does this, right? The left will say shit like voting doesn't matter. I'm sorry, when I say the left, I mean the far, far left. So like, voting doesn't matter. Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck. Your vote doesn't mean anything. And then on the right, they're like, we have to find everything we can to ban voting in as many ways as possible. No mail-in ballots, gerrymander like crazy, no early voting, cancel these voting, right? Like on the broad part, like on the right, there's so much focus on like, how do we restrict voting as much as possible, as many ways as possible? On the left, like, I don't even think voting matters. Probably doesn't matter at all. Who cares? No one cares. And it's like, interesting, yeah. I was gonna say from real life experience too, it was very interesting going online and see, and again, it might just be the city we were in, but especially online, especially white people talking about how irrelevant voting is and it doesn't solve issues for minorities and the people that really matter. Whew, when we went door knocking in, what was the city? Savannah? No, no, not Columbus. What was the state we were in? It was in Georgia. What was the city we were in? Somebody tell me. Was it Columbus? Savannah. It was the one that we did for the, it was the first big door knocking thing when we still had Doug of AK with us. It might have been Columbus. I remember walking, when we were walking door to door to make sure that people were registered to vote, oof, those black people, they knew all of their shit. I didn't go up to a single fucking household. When I knock on the door, like, hey, just making sure you guys know you're like, baby, I already registered, blah, blah, blah. I dragged my husband down to the police, we, blah, 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 blah. All of them, every single fucking door that I went to, every older black couple, all of them were registered to vote. All of them knew exactly when the voting dates were. All of them knew who they were voting for. It was a really big deal. I don't know how many other people came canvassing with us in Columbus, but yeah, they all had their shit on lock. I was like, damn. Are you in favor of RFK Jr. being allowed to debate? Fuck no. What? He polls pretty high, like 10%. You can go debate Trump if he wants. I don't think Kamala should waste her time on her, though. Also, I'm sorry, but if you're somebody who is like moaning about Biden's like mental performance or whatever, and you want to vote for the literal brainworms candidate, get the fuck out of here, okay? Do you think there can be such a thing as a true centrist? When I think of like, it just depends on what a centrist means. It really comes down definitionally. I think there are some definitions where I'd be included as a centrist. So for instance, I've got some positions on the left, some on the right. Generally, I'm on the left though. And then some people could consider me a centrist in that I'm not politically partisan. Like I have a core system of values, and then from there I generate political beliefs. And then most of them just happen to line up on the left. But then in other ways, people say you're absolutely not a centrist, you're super partisan. Because right now I'm basically vote blue no matter who. Basically, when it comes to Trump's administration, people that support him, I would vote for almost any Democrat conceivable over Donald Trump. So that would be like, well, you're not a centrist at all. So it really just depends on what you mean when you say centrist. And then other people are just too scared to take a position on anything, or they don't know anything. So they're like, oh, I don't prefer anybody, or they're carrying water for conservatives. I think that this is more commonly a pundit thing, like an online thing, than like an actual voter thing. I don't know. I don't know if I hear ordinary citizens do this as much, but I hear a lot of online content creators do this, where they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm centrist. I'm nonpartisan," but every single thing they do is in support of Trump and in opposition to Biden. So it's like, gun to your head, RFK or Trump. I think from what I've seen and from what I understand right now, without doing more research, I think it's an easy vote for RFK. It's an easy vote for RFK. He comes off to me as like being very conspiratorial. I really don't like his foreign policy positions. But it feels like he does have a respect for like rule of law and democracy, and he like kind of wants to move the country in like a positive direction. Or what he considers to be a positive direction. I don't think Trump wants to move the country in a positive direction. I think if he does, it's a byproduct of him satisfying his own narcissism. Trump's primary concern always has been and always will be himself. Oh man, I saw a clip of this really smart young guy talking about how he was saying that if Abraham Lincoln was running today for president, he wouldn't be able to do it because the only thing TV does is allows narcissists basically to run for president, and the television and entertainment destroys Americans' ability to pick good candidates, kind of. Hold on, let me find this clip. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Some people, the ultimate goal in life has been becoming the President of the United States. Would you like to be the President of the United States?
I really don't believe I would run it, but I would like to see somebody as the president who could do the job, and there are very capable people in this country.
Most people who are capable are not running for office. Most men are frightened of politics today.
It is a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
It is a shame. The most capable people are not necessarily running for political office, and that is a very sad commentary on the country. They had major corporations and they had this and that, but they are not running for political office.
Why wouldn't someone like yourself run for political office? You have all the money that you possibly need. You've accomplished a great deal, even though you are only 34. I know there's a lot of things that you possibly can do in the years ahead. Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular, wouldn't necessarily have a chance of getting elected against somebody with no great brain but a big smile. And that's a sad commentary for the political process.
Television, in a strange way, has ruined that process, hasn't it?
It's hurt the process very much. I mean, the Abraham Lincolns of the world. Abraham Lincoln would probably not be electable today because of television. He was not a handsome man, and he did not...
Interesting. Look at Gavin Newsom tweet. Which tweet? Why don't you stand on if Trump wins, all minorities and LGBT members will be in camps? Why not go full schizo if you're scared of Trump ruining our democracy? Because I don't know if he would put all minorities or LGBT people in camps. I don't think Trump hates minorities or LGBTQ members. I think he's got really stupid views on immigration. I think he's got really stupid views on immigrants. And I think he's got probably just whatever the bog standard conservative views are on trans people. But my issues with Trump don't have to do with like id poll stuff. They have to do with like American like democratic institution stuff. Jesus Christ. Why does the whole trans discourse seem overblown and inorganic? Is it possible that the whole narrative was designed to cause chaos? No, I think the trans narrative comes from the fact that conservatives have no policy and no platform to run on. So they have to focus on niche social issues because it's literally the only thing they have to talk about, and it's the only thing that energizes their base. If you envision like a fascist as like an ultra-nationalist authoritarian, then the only thing that a fascist needs to talk about are things related to ultra-nationalism. So like tariffing everybody, being highly protectionist, things, talking about just the country being the best of the world and we need to get away from everything else. And then talking about how you basically want to be like an emperor or a dictator, right? These are the only two things that the Republican Party basically focuses on. Things like policy and shit, nobody really gives a fuck. Going through tweets. Did you see the leak call between RFK and Trump? I haven't listened to it, no. I saw headlines about the call, but I haven't I didn't listen to it. Democrats should nominate Mitt Romney, according to Aaron Sorkin. Jesus. Trump seems quite friendly to RFK Jr. in the call, more so than he publicly shows. Yeah, because he probably wants to keep RFK on his good side, because if RFK is a reasonably popular candidate, the only thing you want is for RFK to peel voters off the Democrat side. You don't want him to peel voters off of you, right? So, of course, he wants to be on his good side. Daddy Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about. What are we talking about? Immigration is a massive issue that energizes the Republican base way more than trans issues. No. The Republican Party doesn't care about immigration or immigration reform or anything to do with immigration. The only thing the Republican Party cares about are pictures at the border if they think that there's like a new caravan coming. That's it. Republicans have no concept of immigration. They don't even know what's wrong with our border right now. They didn't give a fuck when Trump killed legislation in the House to fix our border issues. Like, Republicans only care about it as a talking point, and they only care about it when they're like scary pictures of it. But otherwise, Republicans have no desire, no concept of what's going on, no ideas for how to fix anything. Like, it's just, yeah. Any chance they open up the nomination, or is it Harris for sure? It would be really weird to open up the nomination. It's not impossible, but man, it feels like if Joe Biden is tweeting this, that he's endorsed Kamala, then the DNC's probably decided to throw their weight behind Kamala, which means she's probably going to be the pick going forward. I doubt they would pivot from here to an open or contested convention or an open convention. Otherwise, Biden would just like release all of his delegates or something, right? At Destiny, just admit the House bill just gave more money to process the immigrants. Nothing to stop the number coming over. One, you're permabanned for being factually wrong. And then two, you're factually wrong because the bill allowed the government for the first time to put a cap on people coming over seeking asylum if the numbers were hitting too high of a mark. You don't know that, though, because all you've ever heard are Republicans lie to you and say that the bill basically made it so 5,000 a day could come over, ignoring the fact that there are many days where far over 5,000 come over, and the bill allowed them to cap it at 5,000. So at most, only 5,000 people could do an asylum seek per day, whereas right now, sometimes 10,000 or more will seek it. Yeah, but you heard that. You heard that probably from a centrist candidate, or not a candidate, some centrist pundit or a Republican pundit that said, oh, they wanted 5,000 a day coming over, not realizing that was a cap, not a minimum. Give us one of your right-wing views. I think the whole anti-immigration thing is an innate ethno-nationalism thing, and the reason they focus on illegal immigration is because the social and political climate is not ready for them to be outright with their feelings, so they don't want more racial aliens living in their country. I don't know. Racism and how it manifests and everything in the Republican Party is very interesting. I don't, just from like the broad stuff I see, even from pretty far right commentators, like if I'm thinking of like Daily Wire people, I don't usually see much like outright racial rhetoric. Sometimes I do when it comes to like crime in cities, or people will flirt with kind of like anti-black stuff. But I think it's very telling that when you look into far right racist groups who are like alt-right, like far right in the US, these groups are way more ethnically diverse than they used to be, which is very funny and very interesting, right? You've got Nick Fuentes doing content with, who is that, the black cringe rapper dude? But like, your neo-Nazi movements in the United States are incredibly ethnically diverse compared to, but I don't watch a lot of Fox News and I don't listen to OAN. I don't know how big OAN is anymore. I'm not sure. Didn't they just have a meltdown over RNC speakers? So on Twitter, there was a huge meltdown over the Indian wife thing, but I can't tell how much of that. It's really, really hard. It's interesting because I feel like Twitter went from being, this is an appropriate graph. If this is real life, if this line represents the flow of real life, I feel like in like 2010, like social media is like way out here. It's so not representative. And then like as times changed and we hit probably the peak around from like 2018 to 2022, Twitter is like hitting more kind of like Bernie Sanders has to disavow activity on Twitter because like all of his fans and like the Justice Dems and everybody like pulling tweets and having people be big on Twitter and social media and playing Among Us on Twitch is like a really big deal. And now I feel like Twitter is pulling off like sharply from reality. And I don't know if it's because of the bonding situation or if it's because of all of the paid by Russia influencers like Tim Pool and everybody that are giving like all the anti-American standard talking points to try to sow dissent and chaos. I don't know, but I feel like Twitter has become, I don't know if it's like over the past year. I feel like when Elon first bought it, I don't think that it was even bad in Elon's first few months after acquisition, but Twitter just feels very strange. I will say, though, that could also just be because of the political circles that I run in or the people that I fight with, too. Maybe other people's feeds look significantly different than mine. Or Rickety Rocket is just come into the country through the right channels. Too much to ask for, Destiny. I'll say this one time, just as a quick thing, okay? Also, remember, if you are a liberal, okay, conservatives do not care about democracy, all right? They do not engage in good faith. Remember, when a conservative gives an argument, he's playing with it. It's fun. This is a fun activity and a fun action for him. The actual argument, what's being said and the conclusion of said arguments don't actually matter. They play in it and they delight in you trying to grapple with them in some intellectually consistent or rigorous manner. They don't care. It's all a joke to them. None of these people give a fuck about the country, about America, about the structure of the country, or anything else, okay? It's all just a joke or a game to them. This is conservatism 101. In the United States right now, as of now, this is conservatism 101. So the factual answer that I'll give to you, but it's not going to change your mind or any conservative's mind because you don't care, is the big issue that we have right now with immigration. The huge issue that we have right now is the fact that you can walk up to the border and claim asylum. That's the big issue right now. The reason why it's impossible right now for the government to do anything is because of the laws on the books. If an immigrant comes up to the border and they say, we want to seek asylum, you basically have to cut them a ticket and say, okay, well, here's your hearing. It's in like 2 years because we've got like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million cases backed up right now. The legislation that was originally written by Senator Lankford that was proposed in the House that Democrats and Republicans initially were supporting. We're going to increase the amount of funding, increase the amount of judges available for asylum processes, increase some funding for border security, cap potentially the maximum number of asylum seeking per day if it exceeded a certain amount. This was supposed to deal with the asylum seeking problem. But the issue is Donald Trump called up the Republicans, and none of what I'm saying right now is conspiracy. It's all open. We watched Ted Cruz talk about this. Donald Trump basically made a call and said, you guys can't support this. I need the border to remain open until election day, because conservatives don't care about the country. They don't care about the health of any of the people here. They only care about holding on to power right now. So the Republicans pulled their support from the bill. Again, we watched Ted Cruz say even before he read it, he didn't support it. And now after he's read it, he definitely doesn't support it, right? But they all pulled their support from the bill because nobody wants to backstab Daddy Trump, because Trump will destroy your career, as he's done to multiple politicians in the past. And all Republicans want to talk about when it comes to border security is building the wall and making the wall taller and helping border security. But it doesn't matter right now. You don't need a wall. It's not doing anything, because people aren't sneaking into the country. People aren't tearing down the wall. They're not climbing over. They're just going up to a border patrol person and saying like, hey, can I seek asylum? Oh, you have to accept me. Thanks. Give me a ticket. I'm going to go hang out in here while I wait for my case. And then boom, you're done. You can have the most Terminator T-7000, whatever fucking wall you want. It doesn't matter. You're just going to walk up to a border agent and seek asylum. That's the big issue right now. That's why shit is so fucked right now. But yeah. Thoughts on Alan Lichtman's election model now that Biden's dropped out? I don't do much with the 12 keys guy. I've heard him talk about it before. But the... hold on, somebody linked something. He's on... I think when he talks about the key thing, he says that as long as it's Kamala running, that they can still inherit like the incumbent key or something else. But yeah. You just paraphrase his quote from, is it Sart? Is that how you pronounce his name? About anti-Semites and applied to conservatives? Yeah, that's the quote that I had in mind. Congratulations. Why is it that all of a sudden over the last decade, we're hearing about the seeking asylum thing? Did something change? Honest question. I don't know, actually. When I was doing my immigration research, I never looked up that question. Maybe I should have. I don't know what changed significantly, because it seems like this vulnerability was always open. Maybe just nobody knew about it. Nobody was taking advantage of it. Destiny, if what you're saying is true, then why would anyone illegally cross the border? Wouldn't that be close to 0 people? They could just go to a border crossing. My understanding is that's basically what's happening now. That the reason why the numbers have grown so much, and the reason why the apprehension rates have grown so much, like it used to be that I think you'd only catch like 50 or 60% of the people crossing, and that number is in the 90s now. And I think the reason why that number is so high is because I don't think as many people are trying to cross illegally. They just go up and they seek asylum. Let me see if I can find this. It was in research, subjects, immigration. Fuck. What did I feel like I had a link saved here for this. There are no limits on the number of individuals who may be granted asylum each year, nor are there categorical limitations. Ordinarily, for U.S. immigration policy, we restrict the number of people coming based on certain countries being overrepresented, or we have hard caps. But the asylum process, there is no cap. It's so broken. Hold on. Oh, shit, it might be this. No, fuck, this wasn't what I was looking for. Like, when people, if you're going to talk to somebody about border stuff, here's one thing, here's a heuristic that I would apply. How do you cap asylum? It's not known, actually, if you can cap asylum, too. That's another challenge. For international law reasons and for U.S. law reasons. Here's a good heuristic when it comes to immigration as well. When somebody wants to talk about issues at the border and they give you one number and they build their entire argument off of one number, they probably don't have a good understanding of anything relating to immigration, because all of these numbers are like dependent on other things and they vary for a variety of reasons. So, for instance, looking at apprehensions at the border doesn't necessarily give you a good key into what's happening, because apprehensions going up could mean that less people are coming in, or apprehensions coming up could mean that just more people are trying to come in, so more apprehended, but there are more people as an absolute value that are coming in. or apprehensions going up, or apprehensions going down, for instance, could mean, so I believe these are the numbers recently. Somebody can fact check me or look this if you want. But I believe like right now, I think that the apprehensions and everything aren't as relevant right now, even as a percentage of the people that they think are crossing, because again, people aren't trying to cross illegally and people aren't being apprehended crossing illegally. They just walk up and they claim asylum. So even if those numbers are going down, or because I think right now, I think we're apprehending historically a very, very, very high percentage of the people trying to come over, but it doesn't matter because they just claim asylum. And then you're kind of like fucked. Your ignorance on this topic is absurd, and you should switch topics. Oh, okay. No, Doy. My bad. If what you're saying is true, why is the border control so anti-Biden? I assume they don't run asylum at all. I don't know. I'd have to find out what the reasons why. It might just be traditionally like a Republican supporter. There is one policy that Biden changed that I think Trump had a better policy on. And I think that was called, I think it was the Remain in Mexico thing, where I think in the United States, for a while, if you came to seek asylum, while you waited for that to process, I think you had to wait in Mexico while it processed. But I think overall, the amount of asylum seekers that influenced coming over, I think ended up being, it was like 50,000. I don't think it was a big amount. But that would be like one thing that I think is probably better. Did I write anything on this? No, fuck. You should look more into Remain in Mexico. It was illegal, inhumane, and ineffective. Oh, okay. If I recall, the current international asylum agreement is called the Dublin Protocol. Yeah, but I mean, technically, the U.S. does have its own laws, so like we could technically make laws in contravention of international stuff, although that's probably not a good idea for a variety of reasons, but that sounds like a very big deal, though. The way to Mexico versus staying in the U.S. until your case. Yeah, but I don't think it caught that many people. I don't think that many people. Yeah. Why did Biden step down? I think it. Well, one of the things that I said. I always say this when people talk about like, because people ask me like, oh, talk to the keys for the election guy, or what about this, that this predicts everything. People always say like XYZ predicts everything for the election. If you get these things, you win the election, or this has mattered, this hasn't mattered. And then I've always said, well, one of the reasons why I don't care about these things is that they matter until they don't. So historically, and I think we've even joked about this on stream, historically, debates actually haven't mattered at all, or rather, they don't change the needle much. Except for when they do, I guess. So like for Kennedy Nixon, I think they might have. And I guess for this election, probably. I think that everything that's happened has just been a response to that one debate that Biden had on stage with Trump. That would be my guess. Do you think that Kamala's presidency will live up to Biden's? I have no idea. Who knows? For the next 4 years, nobody knows what they're going to look like. I think it's obvious why asylum is not capped. It should be people running from persecution, but as you mentioned, the issue is in enforcement, sorting out who's legit. Yeah, I mean, like in a perfect world, but again, you can't even have these conversations because Republicans are deranged. But in a perfect world, asylum shouldn't be uncapped, right? Like, let's say that there was like some, like a cartel got a hold of a nuclear weapon and they announced that they're going to nuke fucking Tijuana or some shit. And like 50,000 Mexicans want to flee across the border and seek asylum for a month. Like, that should probably be okay. The problem, though, is that you're getting a lot of people, probably. I wonder if is there a link to, like, what are the asylum case approval rates? It feels like, based on, this is just like news and shit I've read, I guess. I haven't looked at these numbers, but it feels like people are just seeking asylum because they just want to immigrate to the United States. They basically come up, they're like, hey, I'm seeking asylum because they just want to immigrate here. And it's like, okay, well, that's not really what that process should be used for. Percentage of asylum cases granted. Destiny. A guy ended his campaign after saying yeah too enthusiastically at a rally. Fuck, who was that? Was that Rick Perry? It wasn't, right? Oh, fuck, who was that? Who was that? Ted something? No. Was this in 2016? 12? Fuck, who am I thinking of? Oh, Howard Dean. This is a long time ago. Was this really that big of a deal? 2004? This is a long, long time ago.
You know something? You know something? If you have...
Genuine question, why'd they tie the border bill to Ukraine funding? Because bills are always like tied together and the people are always trying to get stuff passed. It's, Congress is its whole beast, okay? Destiny, I just wanted to tell you this before it's too late. Before it's too late. That's a little ominous. Thank you for being yourself regardless of what the status quo is. I love that I was able to at least witness someone of your caliber. Thank you, I think.
You know something?
Wait, sorry, fuck. I didn't realize how truly bad January 6th was till your recent commentary. I want to ask you how you consume information accurately. I feel like because of biases in media, how do I consume day-to-day articles to stay informed on issues while not getting biased reporting from either side mixed in? I feel like having to read 3 to 4 articles from different sources to get an actual idea of the current story. Realistically, the average American isn't spending the time to vet their information. Honestly, my dude, I don't know. I can do it because it's my job and because I enjoy doing it, like as a hobby. If you didn't enjoy doing it as a hobby or job, ideally, what I should be able to tell you is find a pundit that you trust and watch them, and hopefully they give you a decent, digestible version of the news. But there's like almost nobody that I would recommend in media. Yeah, it's so bad out there. Alternative media is like brain rotting, and Fox News is fucked up so hard too. My God. My God, that Dominion case. Holy shit. Unreal. Destiny, the 5K cap was irrelevant because the average daily is below 5K. The halt was on a rolling 7-day average. The single day closing was 8,500, not 5K. I don't remember if you read or just an article. I think we read an article, but then I think we also read the bill itself. I understand what you're saying, that you were able to halt immigration to 5K a day, but it was based on a rolling average. That is true. I don't remember if the rolling average was 7 days or 14 days, but it was based on a rolling average, but it still would have given you the ability to cap asylum seeking, which is anything that could have brought it down would have been good, right? Okay, let me...
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! We will not give up. We will not give up in New Hampshire. We will not give up in South Carolina. We will not give up in Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
Problem was they did this in 2004 and not 2016 when we had more meme energy. Don't forget hiring more asylum officers and judges to adjudicate and enforce cases. Even without a cap, the bill was good. Yeah, of course, yeah. It wasn't capped at 5K. Yes, it wasn't capped at 5K. It allowed them to cap it, or it allowed them to shut it off if it hit that 5K on a rolling average. It didn't cap it at 5K every day. There are certain days could exceed it, yes. But it allowed them to cap it or shut it down if the rolling average exceeded a certain amount, which right now they have no ability to do. As a foreigner, American media seems uniquely messed up. News channels in Europe are very chill. I don't know if it comes down to a legal thing, but in the United States, we still very much, I don't know if it's like the for-profit stuff or if it's the lack of a good state-funded media channel or if it's just America being America. We're very loud. We're very boisterous. It's just kind of our attitude. I don't know. Shut it down for how long? I don't remember if it allowed you. I think it was like you could either cap it daily or it might be to shut it down for a 2-week period, or it might have been shutting it down for the day, or it might have been capping it at a certain amount past. I'd have to go look it up, yeah. But I mean, this bill is dead as fuck, so. To be fair, the GOP passed HR 2 bill and the Dems sent it down to take it up because the HR 2 bill was unhinged. That bill was that bill never had a shot in hell at passing in passing the House. It was never going to. Or passing the Senate. That bill was DOA, and they knew it. They knew that bill was dead on arrival. Yeah, I don't know how much the fairness doctrine or any of this shit played into it. Sad to hear that. I feel like the other half of the issue is that people are so emotionally invested versus consuming information in a factual manner. Like ever since this Trump shit happened and Twitter evolved, people tried to appeal politics on emotional levels versus a factual one. I mean, like it's always been a factor that people are more emotional than logical. That's always been the case. Some people will pretend that at times people aren't. Some people pretend that only one gender is more emotional or whatever. But every country, every nation, every people are all susceptible to things like fear or whatever else, yeah. Did you see Turkey Tom's video on your recent stuff? I haven't had a chance to watch it, though. Or, no, not yet. Why does nobody seem to care about intelligence anymore? Buttigieg was a Rhodes Scholar. I don't know if Americans in men have ever valued intelligence. I think that's always been in American media, I think that's more of kind of a feminine trait. There's like some base level of intelligence that people expect you to have, but I don't think that super intelligence is seen as like a very big, like masculine leadership type of trait. I don't think that that's generally true in Western media and U.S. media. How does Biden dropping out impact your bets on him for the election? No, I would probably imagine they all just get axed. They should. Did you see the article about Hillary Clinton to replace Biden? No, I don't think that's happening. I think you would agree that your take on Russia versus Ukraine is not as refined as the one on Israel versus Palestine. Do you plan to do a deep dive history of the USSR, Russia, and Ukraine, similar to the one you did for Israel, or is it something you're not interested in at the moment? I don't know if I have the time or interest at the moment, and I don't know if deep diving into that is even worth it. Ukraine versus Russia is far, far, far less nuanced than Israel versus Palestine. Ukraine-Russia is pretty simple. Like in 91, Ukraine was a formal country that was recognized as a sovereign state by the UN, the rest of the world. And then in 2014, Russia invaded without adequate provocation and stole land. And then in 2022, they invaded more and they stole more land. It's just bad. It's just, there's not much, not much more to say there. Why does Elon dick ride that Ian Miles Chong guy? Do you think maybe blackmail? I doubt there's blackmail. What? They probably get I don't know if there's I don't know if there's some like Russian news aggregator that like mails out instructions or marching orders for all of these guys to do at the exact same time. But yeah, it's all like the normal chaos dissenting or sowing dissent, like chaotic rhetoric is what these people generally all further. Elon and Eon are both people that are involved in that. It's like just constantly trying to make the country more antagonized and more chaotic. Don't you think people like Shapiro, Peterson, Weinsteins, and Sam Harris are valued for intelligence by men, regardless of your personal feelings about them? Yeah, I think people like that they're intelligent, but intelligence in Western media, in American media, is not generally seen as like a primary characteristic of like a very strong masculine leader guy type. It's still like, it's not, they don't want them to be stupid, but they just don't, but intelligence is not like a primary defining characteristic as much. And like in a leader type character, I don't think it's just generally not the case. Why do they want chaos? What's the end goal? I'm not sure. I mean, chaos, you profit off of it, right? When you shovel out disinformation and bad news, you make people, they watch your shit more, you get more clicks. I mean, it destabilizes America. I don't know why Elon would want that, given that he has such a high investment in this country and has gotten such a high investment from this country. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do you say to Republicans who don't agree with Trump, but who are also against a lot of what the Democrats have/are doing? I mean, it depends on how much they want to argue. No reasonable mind can agree that Donald Trump would be good for the United States insofar as what the United States was envisioned as. Like any debate with a Trumpel has to start with getting them to acknowledge that they want to fundamentally change the way that the country functions by fundamentally altering the power of government or the distribution of power within the government. Yeah, usually this conversation would revolve around making Trump an emperor or a king, but most Republicans won't admit that outright. But what would you say was the cause for Hillary's downfall back then? On paper, she seemed like one of the most qualified candidates ever. The problem with Hillary is, I think Hillary was definitely it was definitely like a straw breaking the camel's back. There were a lot of ways that she probably could have won, but there were just so many other things that were kind of working against her. Republicans had been making Hillary like the key focal attack point for like a decade. Republicans had just constantly been trashing Hillary. And there were so many weird, stupid conspiracies that Republicans and alt media people were in charge of like spreading as much as possible. People don't even remember all the crazy conspiracies. You remember there was the Seth Rich guy, that the Clinton kill list. You remember PBD? Is he Iranian? Did somebody tell me this? Like this shit.
You were very eloquent on the way you defended Hillary Clinton, on who she was when it comes down to politics. Are you still close to... This is not a conspiracy. You got the names of James McDougal, okay, Clinton's convicted Whitewater partner, died of an apparent heart attack. You know, Mary Mahoney, a former White House intern, was murdered July 1997 at a Starbucks coffee shop in Georgetown.
Ron Brown, he died in a plane crash.
Vince Foster was the next one. By the way, the James Dougal was a key witness in a key 10-star investigation.
Ron Brown was in a plane crash. Why is he on the list?
Ron Brown is another one, but there was a close person to this. Victor Razor. You got Paul Tooley, Ed Woolley.
Wait a minute, you're reading a list of people that Bill and Hillary Clinton knew. They're 17 years old.
I'm asking you this question and an answer at the end. So you got...
No one wants to make Trump a king. Why did you speak such nonsense? Because conservatives want to make Trump a king. They don't trust the judiciary, they don't trust Congress, and they don't trust most of the executive branch. They want Donald Trump to have all the power, and they want him to be above reproach, as evidenced by the previous criminal immunity decision that they supported in the Supreme Court. People want Donald Trump to be able to unilaterally create and execute law in the United States and to be beyond judicial review for said creation and execution of laws. That's how conservatives see Donald Trump. He is a king figure to them, an emperor figure that is above the law.
Terry Parks, Jane Bunch, James Wilson, Kathy Ferguson, Bill Shelton, Danny Bowell, Florence Martin, Susan Coleman, Paula Grober, Danny Casolero, Paula Wilker, John Parnell Walker, Barbara Weiss. We should verify this yourself because you're running radio. You should look it up.
Charles
Meisner, Dr. Stanley Hurd, Barry Beal, Barry Seal, Johnny
Can you
Longhorn,
read me the URL you're reading? Can you read me the URL?
We'll send you the most credible.
There was this. Fuck, I don't even remember all the Hillary conspiracies. Do you guys remember Uranium One? This one sticks out to me because it was one of the ones that I ended up researching. This was like when I was just getting involved in politics, so I didn't do too much reading or research or anything. But the Uranium One, this Uranium One thing was when conservatives were claiming that Hillary Clinton unilaterally sold all of our nuclear uranium to Russia so they could build nuclear weapons to kill us. There were so many crazy conspiracy theories. Then you had the whole Benghazi hearing where conservatives were basically saying that it was Hillary Clinton's fault that an embassy got hit and we didn't have like enough protection for it at a point in time. People were saying the whole email thing we talked about for years and years, the Hillary's emails. There was Comey coming out and making statements to the public about the investigation. That was a scathing review of Hillary's in the State Department's use of emails. Like there was just so much. There was so much wacky shit that any one of these things, if they hadn't happened, maybe Hillary would have won, maybe not, who knows? But yeah. I read about that in her autobiography, but I never really figured out why they made her public enemy number one. If I had to guess, I'm treading on, you can't tread on ice, treading on thin ice. I'm skating on thin ice here. Oh yeah, Pizzagate, holy shit, true. I think that the issue is that the Clintons were a very effective political institution. They like the Clintons were good at, I think, like fostering talent, supporting the party, like doing advertisements, helping like the Clintons were just a good political institution, and the conservatives had to take it down. They had to like destroy that. And so they became the focal point of their tax reform. Yeah, Pizzagate was insane. The Podesta emails where people were trying to go through and code these is like, oh, this means what was it, like like this particular thing. Oh fuck, I wish I could remember some of the coding they had. That it's like when you ask to go out for drinks on like a Friday night. Friday refers to female, and drinks refers to like double anal, and this refers to child, and they were all sending coded messages through emails. It was like, bro, what? Yeah, it was so unhinged. My God. Do you think Rust Belt people being mad about free trade policies from Obama and Clinton played a role as well as into Hillary's defeat? It's possible, maybe, and Republicans played well into that. But again, like, it's hard because as a Republican, God, you can just say so much stupid shit. Only a Republican can get away with running the same candidate that just was president for 4 years with the same slogan of saying "Make America Great Again." Yeah, but like conservatives will promise you contradictory things, and people don't even realize like how stupid, like people like the asks are. So, for instance, like people will complain about inflation. I don't like inflation. I don't like that things cost more. And then people will say, "I support Made in America." And it's like, you understand these two things are directly contradictory, right? That if you want products, if you want goods and services that are made in America that aren't imported from anywhere, you're going to be paying a higher price for it, right? This would contribute to inflation, right? That things like tariffs on other countries to make their goods more expensive to import are going to cause inflation, right? That this is directly, these two things are directly at ends with each other. Yeah. Do you think that conservative talking points of Republicans of the party that freed the slaves actually helped secure black votes at all? No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody's fooled by that. Why not both Destiny? I genuinely don't understand. The reason why we import goods and services from other countries is because they're cheaper. That's why we do it, obviously, right? You save money. If you want to advocate for made in America and you want to start tariffing or making those goods and services more expensive to import, then what happens is for whatever particular thing you want to buy, you're going to be paying more money for it. So a shirt that would have cost you $10 because now it's made in America might cost you $12. But you're supporting made in American things. So that's like, you can support made in America if you want. You have the right to do that, obviously. And you might even think it's a good policy for a variety of reasons, but it's going to mean that things are going to be more expensive. There's a trade-off there, you know? Is that inflation? Bro just said things costing more is inflation. What do you think inflation is? M1, M2 money, not price point. Oh, my bad. I don't know. I was talking to a crypto libertarian. True. It's not like the CPI or anything like measures, inflation, or that we get our year-over-year inflation numbers or anything based on, like average cost of goods in a basket or whatever, right? I think it's literally just the money supply, and then they copy paste that into an Excel sheet, and then it spits out inflation numbers. My bad. What about tariffs on things we're ramping up production of domestically, like chips or semiconductors for domestic consumption? The problem with tariffs is if you're going to use a tariff, you have to understand what a tariff is for and what the purpose of what you're doing with it is, right? If you're using a tariff for something, like we'll say semiconductors, the reason why you're doing it is because you feel like manufacturing semiconductors at home is essential to national security. That's it. Not because you're doing it for good economic policy. Chances are, if you manufacture them at home, it's going to cost more. It's going to be more expensive, and that has a whole bunch of other knock-on effects for when you make things more expensive. But that's it. Don't fool yourself into thinking that tariffs are good econ policy. They're used for other purposes. And if somebody tells you they're doing it for good econ policy, they're lying to you. The conflict in Ukraine may be clear-cut, but I don't think you have a solution for it, or at least I didn't hear it. And how to prevent a similar thing from happening in the future again, answers for it would stem from history. Clearly, full destruction of Putin cabinet, like it might happen with Hamas, is unrealistic. And even if it happened somehow, who's to say a worse government would rise? I have a solution for those things, and I learned it from my Israeli studies, okay? What needs to happen is, there's two things that need to happen, okay? One is the United States needs to not have a schizophrenic foreign policy. You need to have an idea about what direction your country needs to head into, and you need to be consistent and clear to the world about that, right? So this is our future with Iran and Russia, okay? We're going to be clear. This is what we expect, and then we're going to be consistent. Even if the administrations change, we're going to roughly remain on the same path. That's number one, all right? Number two is there needs to be immediate and heavy corrective action when somebody contradicts U.S. will. If you fuck up, you will get fucked up. Full stop. No negotiations, no red lines that we don't respect, no bullshit. It needs to be incredibly aggressive, and it needs to be swift, and it needs to be precise, and it needs to be like clearly tied to the violation of a particular thing, and that should be it. And I feel like if America had that type of international presence, I think that it would instill more world order, I think. Even though it seems hawkish, I think it would lead to a more peaceful place. I read about seeing Russian influence where there isn't any. Some of your comments on the post on the subreddit regarding Lex were getting a little unhinged. Yeah, I might be overshooting a bit right now. Like, I think a lot of the accounts that I thought on Twitter that were bots, they just act like bots. I think they're probably just like gripers because they do a lot of gay ops and shit on Twitter and create a ton of accounts and post. Or it might be a combination of like people posting on accounts and using them as bots. I think I should focus less on the bot part, though, and more on the disinformation part. Because whether or not they're bots isn't actually the point. The point is whether or not people are engaging with social media in bad faith with the effect of just fostering dissent. That's really the more important part. It doesn't really matter if they're bots or not, because it could be people. It'd really be the exact same thing. I do wonder. I'm so curious on a lot of this stuff. I thought about making more of these kind of like sarcastic jokes. I don't know if the sarcasm is a bit harder to parse for a bot, or if people just like read a little bit and then they want to shit post my tweet immediately. But buying your girlfriend her favorite bouquet of flowers and timing the delivery so they arrive right when she goes out to recess. Flower. Hashtag just boyfriend things, right? I got a lot of responses to this tweet, And it's hard to tell when I look at the responses of, did you not read my tweet completely? Did you not care in your shit posting to be a pedophile? Are you a bot and you just can't parse the irony? Or, I don't know. It's hard, right? So like this guy, is this advice on how to find a woman that gets railed by every man in the city? Bro, are you okay? Maybe they didn't understand the tweet. There are several of these. Oh, we've got this one where everybody has like this video that they jerk off to on their computer all the time, and then other pictures of me. I see you haven't learned from your past mistakes. I could click through and start going through all their profiles, but I don't want to schizo myself out. Oh, are they ESL? Hold on, there's a lot. Was this tried last time? Imagine being a man that goes by the name Destiny and still pretends to be straight. But again, it could also just be like random people, right? I didn't know you had a heart. Girlfriend laughing, and then my wonderful beach pictures. Random cum jokes. Jesus. Our girlfriend. Are you okay, dude? This is a good one. He didn't get any engagement here. I swear lately you've been like a Fisher Price recording filled with bad ideas. You mean when she goes out for some BBC? Jesus Christ. You seem to have a thing. Oh, this guy, I think, understood. That's good. Okay, hold on. I have to look at the... I think a lot of these got moved into spam. Did they? Wait, how many comments are on this fucking tweet? Fuck, I thought there were a few good ones that were like... Try to post like 5 bot baits and check for patterns. I don't even know if you could identify any at this point. Or the problem is that... Wait, hold on. I'll explain the problem in a second. Wait, fuck. I wonder if a couple of these got deleted. If they got deleted, it might be because they were humans and they realized that they responded too quickly. Or not a native speaker. Could recess be understood as a break from work? Maybe, I guess. Just buy what Ryan Macbeth uses. Bro, $12,000 a month? Fuck that. We had this thing that we like fixated on so much. I don't even know if this was a real thing or if it was just a science fiction thing called the Turing test. And we really we blew the fuck past that immediately. Or maybe, actually, I don't actually know if bots blew past the Turing test. I don't know if bots blew past the Turing test or if human engagement on social media just dramatically fell below the Turing test. I'm not sure. Because I guess when I look at stuff posted on social media, I'm not really thinking like, man, is this a really sophisticated bot? I'm usually just thinking like, man, is this a really fucking retarded person? And more often than not, it's just a fucking retarded person. I'm not actually sure. I don't know what's happened more. I don't know. Have you heard the story of Trump and the Taliban leader meeting? Oh, I opened this. I don't believe this story. I don't believe this story for a microsecond. This is a congressman. Has anybody else ever confirmed or given any part of this story ever?
This is hilarious.
When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Like, that is elite, bro. That is why you need that guy in office and not Sleepy Creepy Joe.
I don't believe this. I don't even know if he was involved in those negotiations at all. Like, I would be surprised if Donald Trump ever talked to an actual Taliban leader. Like it's not even him doing the negotiations directly, right? It's people working underneath him. Is there a video or anything of Taliban leader sits with Trump? Maybe he's there for a signing of something. I don't know.
In what is the first known direct conversation between a U.S. president and the Taliban, President Donald Trump said Tuesday he spoke with a leader of the militant group.
I spoke to the leader of the Taliban today. We had a good conversation. We've agreed there's no violence. We don't want violence. We'll see what happens. They're dealing with Afghanistan, but we'll see what happens. Okay?
When asked later in the day if it was his first time speaking with a Taliban leader, President Trump said, "I don't want to say that." He added that he has a very good relationship with the mullah and that both parties have a very common interest to end the long-standing conflict in Afghanistan. On Saturday, U.S. and Taliban negotiators signed an agreement that could see the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan in the coming months if the Taliban meets certain commitments. If everything goes according to plan, the deal could bring an end to the nearly 2-decade-long war and fulfill the president's campaign promise to pull the U.S. out of endless wars.
Yeah, I don't think this ever happened.
Welcome back to a very special Independence Day.
Let's see if he says it here. Because in that one, he just said he spoke to them over the phone. Trump claimed he did this multiple times so that after there were no more American deaths, but that isn't true for any period before the pullout. What would cause more damage to the U.S. presidential re-election of an authoritarian narcissist that, together with his henchmen, that would undermine every democratic institution or legitimizing political assassinations and political violence? I have no idea.
Weekend edition of the U.S. Report. And now it's time for a very star-spangled edition of your favorite and mine, Only in America.
Hold on. I don't know why you guys keep saying this. Hold on. I can't wait to see Destiny when Trump wins the election. If Trump wins the election, I'm probably going to be like, oof, that really sucks. It's pretty shady that he won. Yeah, wow. I'll talk about this for the next 4 years. When Biden won the election, you guys tried to overthrow the government because you were so ass-pained, because your assholes had been so expanded by Daddy Trump and the conservatives hyping you up that there was no possible way you were going to have a 50-state landslide. Like, you can't really use that argument anymore. You understand that, right? After January 6th, you kind of have completely lost the ability to say, I bet after the election, you're going to be deranged. You fucking retards still don't believe the results of the last election, right? You understand that, right? You still don't think the last election was legitimate.
Well, the 4th of July is when we celebrate American independence, and by extension, it's also when we celebrate American strength and the ability for America to stand up for what is right. I know it's pretty crazy when you think about what's been going on in the U.S. and around the world for the past 3.5 years, but it wasn't always thus. This week, U.S. Congressman Wesley Hunt went on the Sage Steele show and told a little story about Trump and the Taliban, reminding us of what we had just a few short years ago.
I'll give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my #1 favorite of all time.
Oh, it's the same. These guys again.
When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we'll start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President.
What's your opinion, Destiny? Are we better off with someone else than Biden? Go just by your gut. I know it's impossible to tell. I hope I give it a slight edge now to somebody better. But I mean, like I said, it could be way better or it could be way worse. I'm not sure.
President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they were talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we'll start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they were talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, And Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Sure did.
Do you know for 18 months not a single American was killed in Afghanistan?
Sure did.
That's the definition of strength. That's what I'm talking about.
And that photo.
Is that actually true? Was there a full year without an American death? So you believe that Joe Biden legitimately got 81 million votes, and then when the 2024 Democratic candidate gets under 70 million votes, then will you admit it was probably mass mail-in voter fraud? No, I will never say that, because there was never any fraud discovered ever, despite the fact that it was tried in 60-plus court cases, despite the fact that Trump put together a voter commission to find voter fraud, and despite the fact that there was never any credible evidence of any outcome-determinative voter fraud occurring in any state, in any district, in any county, for the entirety of the years of investigations that followed. Okay, boom, boom. Destiny, just wondering, where does the gate come from in all these conspiracies, and what is the meaning behind it, like Pizzagate? For Pizzagate, conservatives believed that Hillary Clinton and Podesta and other Democratic leaders were meeting in the basement of a pizza parlor that didn't have a basement, and were coming together to perform satanic blood rituals, to rape children and extract their blood to extend their youth. I'm not joking. That was the belief, and I believe people like Marjorie Taylor Greene legitimately were posting on Facebook about this because they legitimately believed it to be true. Why is Gate in the name? I don't know. It started with Watergate. I don't know. Right? Didn't it? People just call things Gate. In a non-Trump world, what is your opinion on Nikki Haley? Wouldn't she have won a landslide against Biden? I have no idea. I don't know enough about Nikki Haley or her policies or her beliefs. Generally, I'm more left-leaning when it comes to things like econ policy and whatnot. So I truly don't know. I would have to see her as a candidate. Can you blame them when they go into the woods at Bohemian Grove with black robes and burn effigies to a huge owl? I don't know if this is true or not. I haven't dug into this, but I read that didn't Alex Jones originally get popular because he went with some guy, and Alex Jones was like creeping around on the side, like trying to capture pictures of everything because he said that they wouldn't let him in because it was like some super secret thing. But the other journalist that he went with just like walked up and knocked, and they let him come in and like chill and take pictures and hang out and talk to people and everything. Like, I don't know anything. I just feel like it's cringe. I don't know. I don't trust anything now unless I go and review it myself. Like especially watching some of Tim Pool's stuff and saying that Tim Pool lied about and fabricated the stuff that he filmed in Sweden, that was a complete and utter lie. I don't trust any of these guys. And you shouldn't either, actually, too. Or you should, actually, right? Remember this, if there's anything you take from here as a conservative, okay? I'm making my money, a lot of it, by laughing at how stupid you are. But the people on your side of the media also make their money off of your stupidity. They just talk about you being stupid behind the scenes, right? That's what we saw in the Dominion case with Fox News. All of the leaks showed them that they knew you guys were stupid. They knew that everything that Sidney Powell was saying was bullshit. Even the host knew, but they put it around anyway because they knew that you fucking retards lapped it up. And they didn't want you all going to Newsmax and OAN. That's the only reason why Fox News gave so much airtime to all of the Trump conspiracies, because they knew you retards lapped that shit up. So you are upset at me because I'm laughing at you publicly and making money off of it. You should be even more upset at your own media companies that supposedly represent the conservative side of the issues, because they're laughing at you behind the scenes because you know it's all bullshit. But I will say, if you have any strong conservative content creators, okay, any conservative content creators that have over 100,000 subs on YouTube, if they want to argue, feel free to have them shoot me a DM, and I'll take them on, okay? January 6th was an insurrection. Donald Trump has historically evaded more accountability than probably any president in U.S. history in terms of dodging court cases and other people that are working to help him not be held accountable to anything. We added a fourth pillar that I wanted to fight on. Oh, I looked this up. I don't think this one is true. 3 pillars. Oh, and the Dominion case, that Fox News, Tucker Carlson, and everybody was also lying to you about all the Sidney Powell stuff and everything else. Yeah. Let's say what you say is true. What if he gets elected then? What will you do in a country that has fallen to a dictator? Probably continue to do what I do now. If it gets too crazy, I just fucking leave. I mean, what do you do? Majority FM. What is this?
We need you to be mamala of the country.
Jesus. Really hitting the kink crowd. Let's see, dumb Jenk tweets. Statement by Hillary. Okay. The fuck is this? Hold on. Oh. Oh my God. Remember, now we pivot to not mentioning Kamala Sterling, left-wing voting record, and her cool Marxist dad, and instead loudly say that she's a cop who will lock up all the criminals. Why is Wick swaying out over is Wick one of those people that genuinely believes it's like anti-democratic for Biden to step down? Wasn't he for Biden stepping down too? Was he? I don't think he was he? I was thinking about this last night. Oh, that's such a good talking point. I don't even know if I can squeeze all these. There are so many good talking points that I don't remember all the time. I was thinking about last night. It's funny how Trump won in a legitimate election under the Obama admin in 2016, whereas he lost in an illegitimate election under his own admin in 2020. True. It's not even worth bringing up, though. Conservatives just say the deep state, it doesn't matter who's president. The deep state's always controlling everything. Do you think the Democrats should move towards the center to win? No, fuck no. You energize your voter base as much as possible and appeal to anybody that would be appealable to with your appeal to anybody that you would be appealing to in your base, or that would find your policies appealing. You shouldn't be trying to. If somebody is like undecided between like Trump and Hillary or between Trump and Kamala, I guess now on some shit, trying to like appeal. These people are lost to the wind. It's not worth it. Bro, I'm actually going insane now. I've always known that there are a lot of bots and short form content, but I usually just ignored the really bad opinions. You actually made me paranoid though. True. Why are big lefty content creators not going hard on conservatives? They seem radio silent on everything. The issue is that people are mistaken. People look at a binary here, and they what they look at is they'll see like Democrats, they'll see Republicans, and then as you go further and further and further along this axis down here, they'll see like communists and socialists or whatever, right? And then like for this, for Republicans, you've got like the alt-right, Nazis, fascists, whatever, right? I think the issue is that it's this binary here or this this line segment, like you can only plot people on it when they believe in like the concept of liberalism. As soon as you become illiberal, you've moved completely off of this and you're not mappable onto this anymore. And no, I don't mean like, oh yeah, that's why we use this thing. No, you're something that is fundamentally different. Even if you do agree with some policies on the left and right for a Democrat or Republican, if you're a communist or a fascist, like it doesn't matter. You're something markedly different. So when you look at people like I would broadly say that you've got kind of this second axis, this illiberal axis. I've called it anti-establishment, but I really think it's just anti-liberalism. And when you're on this axis, right? So on the far, far left, you've got, or on the left side, you've basically got like progressives, and then further left, you've got like communists, socialists. And then on the same axis, you've got like MAGA-tards, and then barely to the right of them, you've got like fascists or whatever. These people are in another world where they're looking to create like authoritarian establishments. They're looking to create things that are where they can enforce their will with very little democratic influence, with the ability to oppress and suppress opponents, political opponents, to have like strong men leading the way. Like this is kind of what you're looking for here. These people exist in a far different world than these people. So when you say, like, well, why is it that people on the far left aren't attacking the Republicans? Well, for a lot of it, they don't even necessarily disagree with them, right? Far left people, illiberal people, are going to line up with other illiberal people when it comes to things like protectionism, isolationism, and foreign policy, right? They're all kind of like in the same basket. Like very far right, like fascists and communists will agree, yeah, we do need to protect our own population. Yeah, fuck NATO and fuck Ukraine and fuck, why are we wasting money on this? We can spend money on our own people. Like they're going to be in perfect alignment with a lot of these talking points. Same thing when it comes to attacking like corporations and capitalism. Like a lot of people on the, like the MAGA people and the far lefties or whatever are, shit on major corporations and they shit on large, basically how they function in the United States. They say that they're all like enemies of the people. Same thing with their views of like media and everything too. They're going to be like in total alignment on all of their illiberal beliefs. So you're never going to see people on the far left attacking like the MAGA people that much. You might a little bit, but they're going to be attacking all liberals. And a lot of their focus tends to just be unfortunately on the center left. Destiny, call them out. I kind of do, but I mean, like it's not like none of them having their shows. They don't like adversarial conversations. But then again, the right-leaning people don't either anymore, so. But I think they've kind of realized that the reason why they avoid debate or adversarial conversations is because their stuff is like so blatantly, obviously horrible that it's hard to have an adversarial conversation and not look like a fucking clown. Do you support Kamala? I will support anybody that basically anybody that the DNC puts up against Trump. I'll support basically anybody. So right now it's Kamala. I support Kamala 100%. Leftists, not progressives, though. No. I say progressive. I don't know where progressivism is right now in the United States. It feels like progressivism snapped, and like 80% of it broke off to being like communist and socialist, and then there's like some percentage of it that's just like kind of far left Democrats. It's like AOC and them call themselves progressives, but they're very clearly much different than a lot of the progressives on college campuses, right? All the college campus kids have denounced Bernie Sanders and AOC. So it feels weird to say that Bernie and AOC are still like big progressives now, when it feels like, at least online, the majority of the progressive movement hates these two people. I don't know if that's true of all people that identify as progressive. I don't know if there is a strict definition of progressive, but yeah.
Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums.
Wait. If in an election more than half the country voted to have it more authoritarian, would it be illegitimate from a philosophy view in your opinion, since the majority seems to want it? No, I think people should vote for the government they want. If people want an authoritarian dictator, then they vote for it, then I think they should have it probably, right? A government is only as good as its people, always, right? Some governments are more resistant to the will of their people than other governments, but ultimately, at the end of the day, government kind of sort of gets its power from the people that are a part of the nation that it rules over. So, yeah, I don't think I would have as much interest in, I just don't have as much of an interest in participating in it or caring about it.
Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one.
Grab him by the...
She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
What the fuck? Is Destiny that adverse to militant resistance to authoritarianism? It kind of reminds me of the end of the book I Am Legend, where it's like there's a book called I Am Legend, and this guy basically is in some post-apocalyptic world where it seems like there are humans that exist now that can only operate at night, and they've got to sleep during the day. They're kind of like akin to vampires, and he spends a lot of time trying to like engineer a cure for these people. Right? He works in a lab a day. He's got a library, and he's trying to like figure out a way to cure these people, to bring them back to humanity, basically. And I think at some point, a woman finds him, and they're working together on a cure, but she's actually, it comes out, well, it doesn't come out. She was actually working with the weird underground sleeper people. And at some point, they managed to capture him, and I think the end of the book is him basically sitting in a room waiting for his execution, because like these people have decided to hold court for him, hold a trial, and he's convicted of execution because he's like murdered so many other people. And I think he has a realization when he's like sitting on the bed, and he realizes that like he's the alien now. That he's like sitting there and he's like, fuck, like I'm the one that's like completely outside all these people, and I've been killing them and blah blah blah, and they've got their own civilization and everything. And at some point it's like, okay, well, why should he even try to change all of them, right? So I feel like it's kind of a similar-ish feeling to that. Like, I think that militant resistance or strong resistance to fascism, I think is probably tolerated around the edges, but like if half your population wants it, why, like, do you want to fight against that militarily? I feel like I'd rather just leave. I don't know. It just seems like if you're at that point where so many people. If you're an Asman fan, I get why you would like to see him discuss this in a debate. I just think that would be a repeat of the 2016 debate. And somebody asked me to talk to Asmongold. I would talk to Asmongold, no problem. But I can't talk to him while he's streaming on Twitch, because Clancy has granted Hassan a monopoly on that platform for politics.
Colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally. He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
Nice. Do you regularly ask conservatives like Poole, Loomer, Kirk, etc. for debates? Yeah, I did for Poole and I did for a couple other people, but especially after my last arc, now that I've made it clear that I'm going to be like very aggressive in conversations, all of them have gone silent. Like none of them want to talk anymore, which reinforces my earlier opinion that the only reason they wanted me to come on at the beginning of the year was because I would play like the role of the reasonable liberal and I'd push back a little bit, but I'd still try to be like appealable to their audiences and not be like too unhinged. But I think it's all for show. It's like the Russia propaganda model, like how RT will host people and invite people on to speak who don't agree with them because it gives the air of debate. It gives the air of the illusion of, oh, look, like we're bringing on like people from all sides or whatever to legitimize our show so we can say it in the future. Yeah. You should watch Kamala speak and judge her ability to debate Trump. I think now we're back in the environment where debates don't matter as much. It doesn't like, you can't, like in terms of winning a debate against Trump, the only way it would happen is if Kamala were to literally just like lay into him, like make fun of him. Hillary beat Trump in every debate. It's not even close. Trump's just not a very smart person when it comes to anything having to do with government or politics. But he doesn't need to be because he just speaks in slogans. So the idea that like Kamala would go up and destroy him because she's got more policy knowledge or anything else, it doesn't really matter. Remember, conservatives that support Trump aren't supporting him on policy or intelligence. They're supporting him on literally on meme energy. That's it. Destiny, counter argument. The purpose of liberal values is protecting everyone's rights equally, so even when fascists win democratically, it's still your moral obligation to fight to protect those rights. Maybe, I don't know. The internet makes things so weird and difficult. I don't know. There's so much like international influence now that's invested in our country, and there's so much power in like the social media platforms to dictate discourse. And when you've got somebody that like openly supports, I guess like basically Russian talking points or like fascist ideology, like Elon Musk that owns and runs Twitter and dictates content on there, right? When he endorses, you know, like Libs of TikTok, who is outwardly doxing, you know, political opponents of the Republican establishment. I mean, like, what do you, geez, that's like it's a whole other monster to tangle with. Maybe not while nothing of your worries have actually happened yet. No, a lot of my worries have actually happened. Donald Trump led an insurrection against the government. I think that's historically been a really horrible thing. The President of the United States has been granted a historically unprecedented criminal immunity. He's beyond judicial review now for criminal actions taken while president. That's something that's never happened before, and it's probably going to allow Trump to escape culpability, possibly in all 4 of his cases. Donald Trump managed to pardon basically every single crony friend that he had while he was in office, except for the Jan 6 protesters, by the way. Yeah. I think a lot of bad stuff has already happened. Would you support policies that make anonymity online impossible if it curbed foreign influence? Possibly. I would say something I said before. I think if you are a political influencer, like if you do news or any type of news, entertainment news content online, I think you should have to post, or there should be like an executive committee or agency that monitors like all of your income. Like you have to post public either income receipts for your business or something like that. I think that should be a requirement. 100%. Yeah, I absolutely think it should be. Okay. Don't care. Can we access your notes? It's just destiny.gg/notes. I wish you and Asman could collab more. Well, get me unbanned from Twitch. If only I was as moral as Donald Trump and Sneeko. Most likely VP pick. Is Whitmer being discussed? Are there any articles about who they're discussing right now? Like, seriously, or? Would you really vote for Kamala over Trump, or are you going to lie to your whole audience? What? Do you think? Why do you think Trump? Or I'm sorry. Why do you think Hassan is the one pulling the strings on your Twitch ban? Isn't it infinitely more likely that it's just Twitch moderation that doesn't like you? No, I think it's Twitch moderation plays into it the most for sure. But I definitely think, I guarantee you that Hassan has had conversations with Clancy because those two are friendly. I mean, Clancy said as much, and they've done content together, right? Hassan is even doing a show right now with Twitch, right? That they're filming. The guy that made terrorist jokes on Twitter and interviewed a Houthi self-proclaimed terrorist and memed with him and supported his terrorist activities. That guy. It wouldn't be. I would be. I'm sure they've spoken about it, but I doubt that he's like the one that can dictate whether that happens or not.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, what's up?
So yeah, just tune into your stream. I don't want you to have to like recap what you've already been talking about, but I wanted to run some ideas by you and see if you think my head's at all in the right place or if I'm doomering on this. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think that Kamala Harris beats Trump. I know it's kind of early to call that for sure. And a lot of the evidence that I would provide for that would be, you know, past evidence of her electoral performance, and then kind of like just the general malaise around her candidacy. I don't see a giant bump coming, and I don't see this as huge of an announcement as it is. Like interrupting the momentum that Trump has gained from, you know, the attempted assassination and all of that.
I think it's a pretty huge announcement. I think we're done talking about Trump's assassination, and I think this is going to be playing on news networks for the next week, and then her speak of the VP pick is going to be news for the next week. I think this is absolutely going to dominate the media cycle. This is pretty historic, I think.
Yeah. I mean, but so is Trump getting shot, right?
Nah, I think we're over it now. I think it's done.
I hope you're right, man. Like, I don't see that. I think you're right in the short term. I think there's going to be a momentum shift in the news cycle covering Kamala, covering her chances and all of that. But I don't think that the media, and I definitely don't think that the Trump campaign is anywhere near done using imagery and
I'm sure they'll try to use imagery and talking points, and they'll want to, but now this is the next part of the media cycle. Nothing lasts forever. It just doesn't. The Afghanistan thing didn't last forever. The border stuff, like every single time a new thing pops up in the media, everybody thinks it's going to last for months, and it never does. It never has, and it never will, and it won't. It just, we move on to the next thing. But I mean, we'll see what happens, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there's any validity in me being like, you know, worried? I'm not super worried because like I'm not a DNC guy anyway, but, you know, like worrying for those chances. Do you think there's any validity to those worries, or do you think it's too early and I need to wait and see what bounce we get or what?
Worries about what?
Like worries about Kamala being a pretty much non-starter against Trump.
Oh, I mean, she's younger. She's got she's got a lot of experience in the past, not being president. She was VP. She's got the support of the DNC and all of his fundraising. She can still ride off of like all the Trump hatred. I mean, who knows? I mean, if Biden was going to drop out, like I said as much, I mean, everybody knows this. If Biden was going to drop out, it almost certainly has to pass to Kamala Harris. And then we just have to see who our VP pick is. And then
is that just like a funding thing and a party structure thing? Do you think like it?
And
has
also,
to go to
I mean,
her?
it's a bit of like, it's also probably a bit of faith in your party as well, right? Like we had Biden. Biden's going to step aside, and now the vice president comes up. The idea that Biden would step aside, and now we're going to say, also, fuck the vice president. Okay, Kamala is clearly not. Boom, we're going to go do an open convention. You're snubbing her very, very, very hard there.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a logistics element to it. There's probably also, it probably weighs on them a bit of like, I don't want to say moral, maybe like branding or something. There's some other word I'm looking there for, but yeah.
Can I ask you to throw out some names if you're comfortable doing so of possible VP picks for Kamala?
I have no fucking idea. My guess is going to be like, it seems like it would have to be somebody from like an important swing state, from like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan. Yeah, like my guess is it would have to be somebody from one of these states. People in chat are saying Josh Shapiro. I know that Gretchen Whitmer.
I don't think Gretchen Whitmer. I think she's a little too critical of the DNC structure. I don't think it'll be her. I don't think like. What do you think about like Elizabeth Warren? Nah.
Where is she from?
Elizabeth, you remember Elizabeth Warren from the last cycle?
I don't remember her, but I don't know.
I don't remember where she's from. Yeah, I can't remember.
She's from Massachusetts.
So you're saying you think the pick is going to be more political in terms of maybe like a not as well known politician, not a Democratic Party operative that's well known, but somebody that's from a critical swing state.
I would imagine that, but I mean, I could be totally wrong. Yeah, but I would imagine that. I mean, who would have seen Sarah Palin being picked by McCain? I mean, who knows?
Yeah. I had one other thing I wanted to run by you because I've been catching a lot of shit for the take.
Okay.
Yeah, people freaked out about Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters, speaking at the RNC. And as a labor advocate and stuff, I know you can't just unionize like left-wing workspaces. No such thing exists. Like right-wingers have to hear your message. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I know that Sean O'Brien asked to speak at both the RNC and the DNC, and I believe the RNC is the only one that took him up on it. And so I don't see why people were freaking out about a union president talking to 50% of America who might otherwise not hear his message of blue-collar solidarity and shit.
I have no idea. I would have to see his speech. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. You didn't talk about it? I just thought I might have missed you talking about it because the whole like parts of the left. I don't know anything about it. I don't mean to invoke he who shall not be named, but Vosh made a whole video about how this dude's like a traitor because he spoke at the RNC, which I found to be pretty retarded. But anyway, yeah, I thought you might have had a take on that. One more quick question before I go.
Okay.
I saw a clip on your subreddit last night of you kind of freaking out about people that you've worked with being adjacent to like Russia or Ukraine or Moldova, right?
Sure.
Is there anything like, can you bring me up to speed on that, or like just kind of, or did you do like a highlight video of that yet? Because I didn't see one.
I don't have any hard. This is like all conspiracy in my brain right now. I don't have like any hard evidence on any of it. I just don't like that every single like quote unquote centrist and almost all alternative media like conservatives all are in lockstep with Russian talking points. That's what it feels like. Like every single pro-Russia talking point they're in lockstep with, and every single talking point that they use to talk about politics is to just sow like dissent and chaos and destruction in the United States, and all of them are a part of it. And that just drives me crazy, I guess. Yeah.
People are making fun of me for saying Moldova. Am I fucking? Is that wrong? I thought that one chick you talked to from Twitter.
Yeah, the Kanata person. I don't know how
was from Moldova or something. Anyway, it doesn't. I was just wondering, like, so it's just a conspiracy brain thing right now for you. You just have the feeling maybe that there might be some people trying to like maybe infiltrate your platform or whatever.
No, not me in particular. Just like in general.
In general, got
like
it.
Online,
even Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman seems like a kind of guy that doesn't. I mean, like from what I've seen of him, right? He just kind of like facilitates conversation. Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, but Lex also does this thing where it seems like he's infinitely charitable to like these far right, horribly destructive voices, and then far more critical of like even moderate left voices, and I just don't understand why.
I see. Yeah, I haven't watched enough of his stuff to say, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, that's it. It's just interesting. I thought I'd ask you about that. I don't want to take up any more of your time though, buddy. Have a good day, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Because moderate left people refuse to talk to him and constantly shame him for talking to everybody. If they just accepted an open platform, they wouldn't get shit from him. I don't understand why. Why do you guys make so much excuse, or why do you guys make so many excuses for people to have childish responses to things? We get paid so much money to do this. Like, why is it like, oh, well, of course I understand why he's doing that, because somebody was mean to him. Like, why?
What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, everything's happening. I think the next big meme now is who's the VP pick is going to be.
Do you have like, is there like a Destiny's favorite?
I mean, my guess is, isn't strategy generally to try to shore up a swing state? Isn't that the goal? Like a Michigan?
That's what I would think. Yeah, or like a really weak cohort. So you could have Whitmer out of Michigan. You could have Tony Evers out of Wisconsin. You could have Governor Shapiro out of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Does drawing a governor from here put at risk having another Democratic governor in one of these states for Shapiro or Whitmer?
That's a good question. So like, I don't know how it works in those states. So like Kentucky, which is the state I lived in before, North Carolina, the lieutenant governor and the governor are elected on a joint ticket. So for Kentucky, you have Andy Beshear, who is also, his name has been thrown around too.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Democrat, and his lieutenant governor, whose name escapes me, she was elected with him, kind of like the president and vice president. But in North Carolina, where I live now, you have a Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, and an insane Republican lieutenant governor who is elected separately. So to your point, or I guess one of the questions raised is like, if you pull one of these Democratic governors, you know, presumably the lieutenant governor would be the one who automatically takes their place, right? And I don't know anything about the lieutenant governors in those states,
Mm-hmm.
if they're like Republican or not. If they're Democrat, we're it's golden, right? We're good. But yeah, it would be interesting that if they pull a Democratic governor, and then that crucial swing state falls into the hands of a Republican lieutenant governor. That'd probably be a bad idea.
And then help me here. Why do we care about what's the big concern federally for Republican governors? Is that they would have like a large influence over the state legislatures when it comes to things like gerrymandering or how they do votes for elections, or the governors don't have any influence on the federal level aside from like how voting is done, right?
Correct. Yeah. So governors have like no federal duties or anything like that. But if you have, so like Pennsylvania, for example, I think they have a bicameral state legislature, and I think they're both now in the hands of Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
But a Republican governor would be able to veto, legislation and stuff like that. And so you could imagine a situation where a Democratic state legislature would want to make it easier for people to vote, and a Republican governor would have it in their vested interest for that not to be the case.
Gotcha.
Press voter turnout. Yeah, I don't know. See, the problem is I don't know enough about like the constituent, like the how the polling is for these governors, like where they're strongest.
Sure.
Because the other thing you want to do is not just pull potentially from swing states, but you want to pull in candidates who can compensate for where you're weak in terms of the electorate. And I just don't know enough about any of them, like where they're really, really weak. Like President Biden was struggling with younger voters compared to 2020, but that might be addressed by Harris because she's seen as younger, and she might not be perceived to have the baggage associated with Gaza. So I don't know, man. It's like the Wild West, isn't it? The Supreme Court decision, an assassination attempt, that debate, and now this. We are living in historic times.
Yeah, they seem to have been since 2007 onwards. every day is a new historical event. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. So here's where I'm curious what you think. We say, especially since 2016, that every election is the most consequential.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think history will look back and say it was 2024, 2020, or 2016? Because I still think you can make a really good argument that 2016 was kind of like the hinge point of modern American politics because it allowed Trump to take the White House. What do you think? Do you think that of the 3 election cycles that you've really been covering politics, which one does your gut say in hindsight will be seen as the most consequential?
Ask me in 2030, and I'll give you a good answer. The problem is that if a Democrat wins this election, and if Trump ages out, then I think we probably look back and we say like 2024 or maybe even 2020 was the most important. But like say Trump wins this election and we start going further down the path of like destroying the country, then 2016 probably becomes the most important one, because that's when it all like that was the hinge point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that you're following all these like Supreme Court cases, and obviously it's like would you say you have, I don't want to use the word appreciation, but is your conception of how powerful and important the Supreme Court is, right or wrong? Do you think it's changed since you've dove into these cases?
I mean, everything has changed as I've gotten more civics pilled. I just didn't really understand anything about how any part of the government works. I don't know if you do this for your videos already, or maybe it's just appropriate for my audience, or maybe just for me. Maybe I'm uniquely don't understand, but like every single time I read a thing, like I always try to look up like where does this fit into everything. Like what are the offices in the government, and like who does what or whatever. Like I always go back and I'll always Google and I'll always look it up, and I repeat it over and over again. And I don't know if my audience is supportive of it or not, but it helps to reinforce these concepts in my mind. Having a better conception of like the structure of the government and how things are supposed to function has allowed me to understand some things so much better than I could before. And I think it's worth repeating some of those things. Like that phone call to Raffensperger was so...
Oh, the 11,870 vote.
That's not even like the worst part about it. Just the idea that a private citizen is calling not a governor, it was the state secretary with his personal lawyers on the phone, demanding them to hand over voter information that they wouldn't even give to the federal government because it's the state's information, and then making threats saying that, well, you know, these schmucks won their last elections when I supported them. They're definitely not winning next time, right? It's right. On so many levels, it was already bad because like you said, they're like, we'll find these votes. We just need this many votes to win. But like having a better conception of like the structures of all the governments and like how these things are supposed to deal with each other makes it so much worse and so much more disgusting and so much more inappropriate. Having that understanding, Jesus. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting on that phone call. I want to say there's like a full recording of it that was released like a year ago or something like that. It's like an hour and a half long or something like that. But anyway,
the Raffensperger call.
Yeah.
Yes, we listened to the entire phone call last night. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The entire thing. Yep. Trump repeated like 20 different debunked bullshit allegations. He leaned really heavily into that Ruby Freeman thing. Did you see how that court case resolved, by the way?
The Ruby Freeman Shea Moss case?
Yes. You need to remember this. You need to say this to every single fucking person that talks to you about this, okay? When Republicans get accused of wrongdoing, it's always the same playbook. Donald Trump said, I need criminal immunity. Alex Jones said, I had a psychosis. I didn't mean any of it. Fox News said, oh, we don't want to say anything. We're just going to settle. We understand. We fucked up completely. Oh, fuck. What was the last thing? Oh, and for Ruby Freeman, Giuliani said, excuse me, I did lie, but it's my First Amendment right to lie. Right? People need to know this, okay? It's not the same on both sides. Both sides did not do these, right? The Republican playbook is insane. It's unhinged. That was Rudy Giuliani's defense. He said, I lied, but that's my First Amendment right to lie. And then he lost that case for $148 million. Like, it's insane. Yeah.
And then he tried to declare bankruptcy, and the judge threw it out too. There's this
because they lied about his assets. He tried to do Chapter 11, right, so he could restructure. Then he tried to convert it to a Chapter 7 so that he could wipe away all his debt and just hold on to a couple assets. But then he lied about money that he was making in other businesses. Fuck Giuliani. Fuck these crooks. Literally crooks.
That's America's mayor, baby. That was the heir apparent of the Republican Party back in 2001. He was the future. No, I mean, you're right. Listen, I totally agree. The asymmetry, that's something I complain about a lot on my channel, and it's something that represents a long-term problem and risk to this country that we have to break. Like, you know, I understand that people are spending a lot of time, I don't want to say woke scolding you, but like calling you out for some of like the incendiary shit that you said. But to me, I think the sentiment behind it, like, hey, if we're going to have a good faith conversation, it has to be reciprocated, and we have to hold both sides to the same standard, because that's the only way you can ever accurately evaluate anything, is by holding it to the same standard that you do the other things. That is a major issue, and we're not going to be able to progress as a country, in my opinion, until we make serious strides towards it. But, you know, getting back to the phone call thing that you mentioned, you said that, you know, it was a private citizen calling with his attorneys. And what's so interesting about that, though, is obviously Trump wasn't doing that in his capacity as president, because the president plays no role, none, in the peaceful transfer of power and
Correct.
and those things.
Let me say further, okay, that because people might argue this, it's inarguable, okay? When Donald Trump called Raffensperger, he had with him his personal legal counsel. Yeah, Mark Meadows was there as well, his chief of staff, but it was his personal legal counsel. It wasn't a phone call with his AG. It wasn't a phone call with his deputy AG, and it wasn't his phone call with any of the investigators in the FBI. It was his personal legal counsel. That was a personal phone call that he was making to try to get them to give personal voter information to his campaign, his personal stuff. That was not a phone call that was made in the capacity of the president of the United States in any size, shape, or form. But yeah.
Do you remember? I'm trying to think who was Attorney General. Did Barr retire at that time? Because I can't remember the timeline of the phone call. It was either late 2020 or early 2021. Bill Barr may have already stepped down at that point. But yeah, I mean, like most of his.
I can check real quick. The phone call was on January 2nd, the Raffensperger phone call. So.
And Bill Barr served. Okay, so
Bill
Barr left. Yeah, Bill Barr was gone by December 23rd. So I can't remember who took his place, but most of the people, like Bill Barr is a good example of this because he obviously opposed everything that Trump said. So that's probably another reason, even if he wanted to enlist, Justice Department officials, I can't imagine many would co-sign the shit that Trump was alleging. But what's interesting is, though, again, you make a point, he's operating in his capacity as a private citizen. But can you imagine the fucking pressure that Raffensperger and Kemp felt? Because, yes, he's doing it as a private citizen, but he's also simultaneously the president of the United States. And to get that phone call from your party leader and the most powerful man on earth who is operating so nakedly, self-servingly.
Yeah, you don't have to imagine. There are 3 separate quotes on that call where he talks about how these guys ran. I think Kemp was one of these. Yeah, Kemp ran. He was a loser. He was a schmuck, I think he called him. He had no chance until I showed up and I helped him. And the people of Georgia are going to be very mad. So there were 3 different times on that phone call where he alluded to, you're going to lose your next elections, guys, because I'm not going to be helping you. And there was a time on that phone call where Donald Trump, who is the head of the executive branch, who's arguably who appoints the head of the Justice Department, the Department of Justice, who does investigations, is saying things to him about how, hey, by the way, this is criminal, and you know what's happening here.
Right.
Yeah.
And now, years later, you get a Supreme Court ruling which says that any potential correspondence that a future President Trump would have with a future Attorney General who is not like Bill Barr, for any sort of sham investigation that would result from that to punish a disloyal Republican governor, you can't probe that. That's absolutely immune, and you couldn't probe that. I mean, to me, the decision today, which I don't know how you feel about it. I am curious how you feel about Biden's decision to step down. I've been agnostic about it. I didn't celebrate with this decision, nor was I dreading it, because to me, the stakes are the same and the outcome is the same in the sense that I don't care who the fuck. They could run a dog. You know what I mean? They could just it could be Air Bud, the president version, and I would still vote for that person and try to make a compelling case for it because Trump has to be defeated. And I imagine that's where you are too. I imagine there's probably not a Democrat in office, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, that you would not squarely sit behind to beat Trump. Is that how you feel?
That I would, yeah. Well, I'd say, yeah. I mean, unless but somebody's going to post now, well, what about this Democrat who actually is launching all the nukes and he's like the fucking state assembly rat? Yeah. But in general, yeah, I think I probably agree, yeah.
Do you, how do you feel about the decision of him dropping, personally? Because they joke that you're Biden's strongest soldier, but you've been an outspoken supporter. You've defended his presidency, as have I. And how do you feel about his decision to drop out? Do you care?
I mean, I think I've said it over the past week. I'm just my biggest issue is for people that talk about the dropout. They pretend that the path forward is so easy after he drops out, and I don't. I think it's super variable. I think it could be really good. It could be really bad. My opinion is the exact same as it was yesterday. I think that he had to drop out, though, because it's pretty obvious that a lot of the party wants him to drop out, right? There's so much stuff getting leaked to the media. That's not happening on accident. They're trying to apply a lot of pressure. Yeah.
Do you Well, I agree. I think that this was I went live very briefly just a few minutes ago, and then like Econoboy joined, and like I said, I'm agnostic about it. I saw risks no matter what, and there was data to back up either decision. And even this decision is risky. I mean, you know, he has officially endorsed the vice president, but he also weeks ago said his delegates could vote for whomever they want. I imagine most, if not all of them, will go over. I don't know if you saw this though. Republicans are threatening and have been threatening for weeks when it looked like this might happen to put up legal challenges to try to block any, I don't know what their basis would be or whatever, but Mike Johnson.
You know what would be the ultimate? You know what? Here's what I will say. Ready?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm trying to think if I want to commit to this. Make a strong statement about leaving the country.
Don't do it. No, don't.
If they were to throw up some legal challenge in some state saying that Biden can't be removed to the ballot, or that the Democrat can't be added to the ballot, and the Supreme Court were to hold that, I think I would bounce. If that happened, I think I would bounce. Or I can't say it because I'm on YouTube. Never mind. I would bounce. I would just leave. I think that would be unbelievable.
Sad?
That would be unfathomable. And I could see Roberts doing it. I could see him writing that opinion. Or Thomas writing the majority opinion. Okay, is going to explain why it's actually really important that Biden not be removed from the ballot and Kamala Harris can be added to the ballot. I'd be. All
right, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate because I'm not seeing your chat, and I don't believe this. I agree with you that this is perfectly possible. But what do you say to people who inevitably on Twitter and on Reddit and maybe even in DGG say, Stephen, you're just catastrophizing. There's no way, given the stakes, that even Roberts would make a decision like, you know, the Democratic candidate, the Democratic nominee can't be added to the ballot because it's like past the deadline or whatever. There's no way they would take it that far, you would say.
You know the story about the lobster boiling in the pot, right? I don't even know if that's how they actually die. But the issue is when things happen that are crazy, you only really know that retrospectively. Like, it's hard to see crazy things happening as they happen. I think that we're already way past crazy shit happening. But because it's also gradually done and because we're inundated with so much news, you don't really perceive it. I think crazy things have already happened that are unacceptable.
Agreed.
So, I mean, like, why would it not continue? Like, what you're basically saying is like, aren't you like catastrophizing by thinking that the country's going to head in the exact same direction that it's been heading? That the guy who's running for president, who's the most self-serving person who's ever been president, would continue to be self-serving to head in that. Like, did you read? I've read so much. I hate the Vyvanse. I just want to play video games and be a shit poster.
No, dude.
Did
listen,
you read the full? Did you read
Go
the full back and forth? Everything that happened with Clark, Trump, Rosen, and Donahue.
Which one was one of them? Mike Pence's attorney or chief of staff?
No. Okay. This whole scenario, any one of these all of this is insane. But any one of these things on their own is insane. It should be. I say impeachable, but I think like criminally prosecutable. Okay. Keep in mind, and I also want you to keep this in mind. Don't ever fucking forget this. Okay. Keep this in mind. Okay. Have your permanent recorder turned on right now. Everything I'm about to tell you, you will never know about again, ever, because now this is all beyond criminal review. So you would never get a probe, you'd never get an inquiry, you'd never get subpoenas. All of this is beyond criminal review, okay? So everything I'm about to say, you'll never hear about this again if a president tries this, all right? Remember that, because that's what the conservatives want, that's what the court wants, and that's what the 6 conservative justices on the court signed off on, okay? Or at least 5 of them. Donald Trump, okay, was mad that Barr wouldn't co-sign his bullshit opinion about the election being stolen, right? Mm-hmm. Donald Trump is going to every person in his government trying to say, hey, can you please, like, guys, the election was stolen, right? And everybody's like, dude, we've looked into all of this. It's bullshit. I'm sorry, right? The CISA head guy ended up, I think, stepping down. I think Trump forced him to resign. Eventually, Barr resigned.
Chris
like,
Krebs?
Yeah, Krebs, yeah, because Barr resigned. He's like, fuck this is retarded, right? So Donald Trump has an acting, right, because none of these people are confirmed by the Senate. He has his acting attorney general, Rosen. He has his deputy acting attorney general, Donahue. And then there is a guy who is, there's a guy who works as an attorney in the, what is it? It's like the environmental protections part of the DOJ, right?
Okay.
Donald Trump goes to Donahue and Rosen, and Donald Trump is like, hey, I got an idea. Can you just like send letters to these 7 states and tell them that we found really good evidence of voter fraud and we're still investigating it. So you guys kind of need to like toss your election for now. And like, maybe we'll come back to it. We'll revisit in a few weeks. And obviously, Donahue and Rosen are like, no, this is fucking retarded. We're not going to do this. And Donahue and Rosen are, they're chilling, they're on their bed, kicking their feet up, drawing pictures and hanging out and doing whatever attorney generals and deputy attorney generals do. And this guy, Clark, starts like wandering into their office, like chatting with them, like, hey guys, what's up? Yeah, do you guys think that we should do, maybe we should do something about this Trump stuff, or, maybe we should actually tell the states that there's some fucked up shit. And they're like, wait, well, how the fuck do you even know this? Why the fuck are you even? And then Trump starts mentioning Clark's name. And now they're asking, they're like, why is Trump mentioning your name? Why the fuck does Trump even know who the fuck you are? Like, what the fuck? And he's like, well, me and Trump, we go way back by like 3 days. So we've been having conversations. And at some point, Clark, because Trump is asking his deputy and his attorney general over and over again, he's like, can you please write these bullshit letters? One day, Clark comes up to Donahue and Rosen, and Clark says, hey, can you guys promote me, add somebody in under me so my rank is more impressive, and then can you sign this letter? And Rosen and Donahue look at it, and the letter is what Trump wants them to say, right? It's the lie of like, oh yeah, we found big voter fraud. Can you guys toss your election out? And both of them are like, we are never signing anything like this. And then Clark is like, okay, that's fine, but maybe I'll be the attorney general next. And then
so that part I recall where he basically says this is their subordinate basically saying, if you don't do this, I'm going to be your replacement.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all of this culminates in one of the funniest, you've got the J6 committee report of it, which is insanely epic and hilarious. No, it's an epic confrontation. But then you've got Hirschman's deposition where he's recounting this. And all of this culminates in this crazy event where basically Donald Trump is going to fire the attorney general and he's going to install Clark as the attorney general, who has no background in he never done a criminal case in his life, okay? So that Clark will send out this letter to all of the states, the swing states, get them to flip their votes. And so so Donahue, it's like 7 different people, but Donahue, Rosen, and a bunch of other people all go to the Oval Office. They start contacting everybody in the DOJ, okay? And then they go to Trump and they all have this conversation, like, just so you know, like half of your State Department or half of your DOJ is about to resign, okay? If you're seriously going to replace us. Clark is giving the most impassioned speech in his world, arguing why he should be the attorney general. Hirschman is here, like, shouting him down as a fucking retard. Hirschman's like, what are you planning on doing when you become attorney general? And Clark's like, well, I'm going to write this letter and do that. And then Hirschman is like, he's like, oh, so you've never heard of like, what is it, like Rule 63? You understand you're going to commit a felony day 1, right? Like, maybe you should go back to the DOJ, and when we have like a question about oil spills, we'll call you. Like, Hirschman is saying all of this in his deposition. And it's just insane fucking play of like crazy shit. This one thing in and of itself is just insanely unhinged and crazy, right? This is just one of like 15 different unbelievable things. Did you know that there is a leaked phone call of Donald Trump calling the election fraud investigator in Georgia? He's calling her in a 6-minute call. And he's like, hey, just calling to say that I know you're a great person and you're doing great work, and I know you're going to find the voter fraud that we're looking for. Good luck, right? Why is he making that? Why does he even have her number?
There's one, I want to make sure I get the state right, but I think it's Michigan. And this broke like within the past 6 months, but you had Trump, and then you had the Ronna McDaniel, Mitt Romney's niece, and she was the head of the Republican National Convention at the time and until recently. They were also calling election certifiers as well, or like people who are on the boards of these election commissions, asking them to basically walk back their votes to certify Biden's victory in that particular state. And I'm pretty sure it was Michigan. So he did it apparently in multiple states. I forgot about the Georgia one. Yeah, I mean, the shit's crazy. It really is. And any of these individual things, like Steve Bannon, one of Trump's advisors, said that, you got to flood the zone with shit. And they've done it so well because, to your point, any of these things, if they were given just adequate media attention, would potentially kill a political career of any politician, and should. Right? And even in today's media environment, you could just scratch out the names and the circumstances and just put Biden in. And even in 2024, even though the media has gotten used to Donald Trump, this same story with the same set of facts would destroy any Democrat.
These are the things. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. I read the 160-page, most of these are slides. Have you actually gone over all of the Dominion presentation of the
Not
Fox?
the whole thing. There was the court filings, which prior to the
Bro, the Dominion shit. Hold on, I'm gonna send you this. You can read through some of this in your free time. It is because I asked the chat. I was like, "Is there like a log of?" I just want to see some of these leaked.
You're talking about the leaked texts and stuff like that. Yeah, they were released in court filings. I think piecemeal. I don't even think it was in just one filing until later on.
Yes, but
yeah,
there's a whole thing. Fuck. Sorry, keep going. I'm gonna find this.
No, yeah, I mean they were absolutely damning, and that's another thing too.
No, wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Just because you're underselling everything. Pisco's been underselling everything. I've been underselling everything. Okay, we've all been underselling everything. Okay, they're not damning. Okay, these are beyond dead to rights. Okay, if you ever get bored, all right, you should go through. I don't know who the attorneys that they hired for this, bro. This is. Have you ever heard of, like, for instance, like, have you heard of the Brain Room?
The Brain Room? No.
Fox News, they have an entire fact-checking department that works really hard. Every single exec at Fox News and every single host at Fox News knew that they were spreading bullshit. They knew that they were spreading lies. They were admitting all of it in the background, but they were also admitting that we're losing our viewers to Newsmax. We have to have them on. We've got to bring these people on. Meanwhile, like, all of them are saying shit like, what was it? There was one in here where it was like, Sidney Powell, I think yesterday she was on like ketamine, mushrooms, and LSD. There's no way. Like, this bitch is fucking crazy. Like, it is insane. How much is... They knew.
And not only it would be bad enough if it were just from the Tucker Carlsons and Laura Ingrams or whatever, but you even had, I'm pretty sure, Brett Baer, who was supposed to be like one of their Chris Wallace straight news journalists, like even he was in on it too. Like, hey, maybe we should call this thing into question in order to get viewer share back. I mean, it's poisoned the entire network. And the other thing too, just to kind of capitalize on this, when the Dominion text dropped, and obviously it was a bombshell, it went off. One of the points that I was making, you want to talk about the double standards and the asymmetry. Obviously, media networks get shit wrong. There's no question. Obviously, there are probably times where they have knowingly spread misinformation. And the thing is, though, what sets Fox apart here is we have no evidence of, like, CNN. Like, people talk about, like, well, CNN, what it did to the Covington Catholic kids.
Nope, careful. There's one thing that every conservative, if there are any left in my chat that I haven't banned yet, is going to bring up, and it's the, was it Donna Brazil? They handed debate questions off for a Democrat primary.
That was in secret, Stephen. It's the opposite of what you're talking about. We're talking about public lies to the people. That was a secret backdoor.
But I'm just saying that, like, in terms of like them picking and choosing a candidate and being biased or whatever, that's the one that they always go to.
I'm sorry. To be clear, I'm actually not making that case, because I have no doubt that, you know, these journalists and these, you wouldn't call Laura Ingraham and Tucker Carlson journalists, but like these pundits obviously have their biases. That's fine, right? I don't mind that Tucker Carlson is a pro-Trump bias, except for just on the merits of it. He's entitled to that.
For sure.
But we have never seen something so pervasive and systemic and dishonest as the Dominion voting machines. People say, well, CNN, you know, with the Covington Catholics, the kids, and the misrepresentation of that whole thing, there was nothing like this. Like, they had to pay nearly $1 billion. It was like $787 million in a defamation suit. And Piso's the attorney here. I'm not. But my understanding is it's really, really hard to prove this sort of defamation case in an American.
The biggest of all time against a major news network.
Right.
It's
millions.
Right.
And like, there were messages going around, just as a quick one, from Jay Wallace, and these are all people. This is the president, executive editor of Fox News Media, right? Emails going around when they're talking, okay? Jay Wallace sending a message to Suzanne Scott, who's another exec or VP or something, right? Thank you.
She was their CEO.
I watched Lou closely for 2 weeks during the conventions. The North Koreans do a more nuanced show. Like, there are so many crazy emails, and they're just talking about all of this.
Yeah.
All of this.
And there's nothing like it that we have any evidence of from MSNBC, CNN.
The Twitter files had nothing like this, by the way.
Right.
And Matt Taibbi, okay, the hack fuck loser, even he said in his tweets.
Calling you out, Matt.
Even he said in his tweets that I saw no evidence of the government intruding to try to censor the laptop story. Zero evidence of any government intrusion on that, by the way. But conservatives will still repeat that lie over and over and over again, right?
Right.
And keep in mind also, hold on. I saw some conservatives type those, okay? Keep this in mind, because they're lying, they're sneaky. Conservatives will tell you, oh, that's why I don't listen to Fox News, because I know they do fake news. No, they don't listen to Fox News because they wanted them to do more fake news. That was why they left Fox
They were
News. And that's
insufficiently
why
fake.
Fox News was lying about this, is because they were losing their audience to Newsmax and OAN. And they say it over and over again. We're losing viewers to Newsmax. They're taking it. But they even say, because they know that these are lies and bullshit, okay, between Peterson and Schreier, okay, I turned it off. I don't know how we work here. Honestly, we're going to look back at this week and know that this is when we lost a significant part of our audience who won't come back. As soon as Facebook starts telling people to go to Newsmax. You know, though, between us, this is a problem for the channel, yes, but if we keep doing what we do, FBN will get a bunch of the disenfranchised folks, too. They're talking about people leaving because they won't broadcast fake news, by the way. 100%. I was talking about exactly that with my husband last night. It's actually an opening for us. Yes, we just can't play for it openly like Newsmax and OAN. Because Fox News was a mainstream media corporation that did have a fact checker part of their corporation, and they knew all of it was lies. They knew all of it was bullshit, but they still told it to you. Every part of this was bullshit.
You know what else they did?
What else did they do?
Called the Arizona election the earliest of any network.
True.
And the right never forgave them for that.
No,
Even though
that's why they made these plays. They explicitly referenced that in these filings. I believe.
Brett Baer, I think it was. Brett Baer was the one, or somebody like that was like, maybe we should walk this back or like retract it to satisfy the viewers. I do remember that.
Yep.
From.
This is from testimony from Murdoch. It is fair to say that you seriously doubted any claim of massive election fraud. Oh, yes. Are you and you seriously doubted it from the very beginning? Yes, I mean, we thought everything was on the up and up. I think that was shown when we announced Arizona. And they talk about that, after the Arizona announcement, Donald Trump put them in their sights. Because remember, if you say no to the king, he will fucking destroy you. And you saw this happen to conservative after conservative, to the rhinos that are no longer considered part of MAGA America, to anybody in media that wouldn't play Trump's tune, to the note that he will turn against you and he will try to destroy you. Yeah. Like even here from Rupert Murdoch, okay? From Rupert Murdoch, all right?
Australian scum!
November 6th, okay, 2020, all right? Half of what Donald said was good. The other half, bullshit and damaging. Big media, big money, and big tech all against him and his vote. In spite of this, a mighty achievement, but conspiracy with pollsters? No, the latter is simply incompetent. Perhaps many run by Dems, but so what? Giving big money's not a conspiracy. Turns out it's mainly a waste. With several states now disappointingly favoring Biden, it's hard to claim there's foul everywhere, right? Every exec knew this. Every exec knew that all these claims were bullshit. All the Sydney stuff was fucking crazy. The Kraken was bullshit. All of this is bullshit. All of this is bullshit. Fuck. And they knew it was bullshit, and they knew that you fucking retards didn't care. They knew you didn't care, and that you guys would slurp it up. Oh my God, it's so crazy.
It really is. It is, man. It's nuts. It's nuts. Pisco, how do you feel, buddy?
Well, I feel great. I feel great because this was the right thing to do for the country. Because Joe Biden, as excellent as I think his presidency has been, and I think it's been excellent, he was not able to break that kind of feeling of him being way too old for the job, and has been showing signs that maybe he's not competent for the next 4 years. And so he was able to take this incredibly difficult step of recognizing that in himself with a little help. Let's be clear. It was definitely, the pressure was a big amount of it, but it was the right amount of pressure and the right decision, and an honorable decision that I think everyone needs to thank him for. Because now we do have the opportunity to win this election way more than we did before. And there's going to be an insane amount of hypium, and an insane amount of dollars I'm planning to donate to the new ticket, whatever it is.
You're going to single-handedly
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful now. Yeah, super hopeful. I think Steven and I are already planning a party for everyone to come to get hype. That's going to happen. You're all invited. And so, yeah, I'm ecstatic about the news.
Yeah, Andrew Weissman, I think he was a DOJ official. I can't remember. I want to say he was like a deputy AG or something like that. He compared President Biden's decision to President Washington, both in turning down power when he was general of the Continental Army, and then again after his second term.
What a contrast, huh?
Mm-hmm. God, can you imagine Donald Trump saying no to any? Just to be clear, and I would bet almost my life on this, not quite, but almost. If Donald Trump somehow didn't win the nomination on the Republican ticket, he absolutely would have ran as an independent. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah,
absolutely, he would have ran as an independent.
Yeah, of course. Like, if anything, just to punish the Republicans, even if he knew he stood no chance of winning, just to screw the Republicans over.
Is
Now,
there?
all you
Wait,
Zoomers-
as a quick
you
question.
Zoomers- yeah, I want to talk to the Zoomers. Give me a second.
Okay, go for it.
The Zoomers, you have a responsibility right now. You have a responsibility to talk to all your other Zoomer friends and to turn out the youth vote for, if it's Harris, or whoever else it is. You have that responsibility. The Zoomers.
On God.
Anyway, sorry.
On God, period, as the kids say. I have no idea, but yeah.
As a quick criminal question, is there any criminal liability at all for defamation ever, or no?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Why?
I was just curious if it ever rises to like a criminal level if you defame somebody like so fucking hard. But okay.
Maybe if there's like a court order for you to stop and you violate the order. but
Yeah,
then it
yeah,
would be
sure,
like,
yeah.
So, Pisco, also, while you're here, curious
Yeah.
about the threats coming from the Heritage Foundation, even Mike Johnson.
All garbage.
earlier
They'll
today.
all fail. They're not going to be successful. It's all bullshit. And guess what? If I need to go to court and write a fucking amicus brief, I'll do it because we're not letting them they're not going to get close to this. And it's not going to work. Trust me.
That what are they? Are they going to file to what to try to keep Kamala off the
Some
ballot?
bullshit. Yeah. I mean, like, you can already start to hear it from this corrupt Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, start talking about disenfranchisement, this or that, as though he gives a fuck when the person he supports was trying to disenfranchise the entire country on their electoral vote. So this is all bullshit, and the challenges are weak as fuck. They're not going to work. And you can rest assured that good lawyers, strong lawyers, lawyers that support democracy, unlike these fuckers that try to coup the government, are going to stand between them and disenfranchising you this November.
Yeah, you're not standing between them. You're standing across from them in front of the 6-3 Supreme
True.
Court. Remember that.
I will never forget it. But
Yeah.
Mark Elias has said that he's pretty confident that these things will fail, which makes me feel a little better because he's like one of the top election lawyers in the country. But I don't know, man. I'm so cynical. I'm with Steven on this. Like, I feel like, couldn't they theoretically, I'm just trying to imagine, right? Because really a lot of this involves just running out the clock. So couldn't they file suit somewhere, judge shop, get it in front of like a Canon or a Casmeric or something like that, and just engage in legal fuckery?
No,
It's
you would
all
never
frivolous.
grant. It would all be like irreparable harm. There's no way they would grant. Well, no, I guess they would argue irreparable harm. That's why they have to be removed from the ballot. It would be unfathomable, I would think. But I said the same about criminal immunity.
It would
So
all be frivolous, and I'll put money on it. They won't work. Maybe there'll be a problem with Ohio legislatively, but I think the Democrats will win that challenge too. So no, I don't think it'll work.
okay.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's all to scare you. That's all to fearmonger. There is no official Democratic nominee yet. All of this is private internal politics. There's nothing. Imagine if Joe Biden were to die, right?
Sure.
If he died, what would be the case that, like, oh, the Democrats now can't run someone? That's complete lunacy. No, that's not how it works. And even, by the way, even if Biden had to be on the ticket, you could still vote the Biden ticket, knowing that it would be Harris.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all.
Wait.
garbage,
Can I ask you
all
a quick
fear-mongering.
question? Hold on. To confirm a nominee from the Senate, is that 51 votes?
Depends.
What? No, I'm sorry. To confirm a
50.
Supreme Court, or I say 51 because
Supreme Court, yeah. The Supreme
It's just
Court,
a
you
simple
only need
majority,
51.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Do we agree? Sotomayor should absolutely retire.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we looking at a 7-2 Supreme Court or trouble? Like, I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. I will.
should,
I
not
just
because
to be
it's-
clear, I will hate women forever. Okay. RBG already tested me. But if Sotomayor dies as well, and for no reason, like if Trump did win, it's like a 7-2 court, bro.
I just want to say, Justice Sotomayor is a phenomenal justice.
Mhm.
Her opinions are awesome. I still think she should step down just because of the nature of the threat and what the court has been doing.
She's 70 years old, and she's like a diabetic who needs a constant medic surrounding her at all times, of course.
Or otherwise, we
Yeah.
need to hire like fucking House has to follow this lady around with like at least like 3 different people who are blood type matches that can donate organs whenever needed. Okay, to keep her alive.
Because here's the thing, we all agree, like, let's say Trump doesn't win and let's say Vice President Harris wins, but I mean, right now Republicans are favored to take the Senate. It's not guaranteed, but it's a brutal map. We have to defend like 8 incumbent competitive seats, and they only need to flip 2 and to take the majority. Jim Justice, the Republican candidate, he's going to win West Virginia, right? Because Manchin's leaving. So the odds are that they will at least take the Senate, even if we take the White House. We all agree.
Mm-hmm.
let's just be very clear about this, that if there is a Supreme Court vacancy 2 weeks into Vice President Harris's second term, not 2 weeks from the end, but 2 weeks into the beginning, that a Republican Senate will not confirm.
Oh yeah, that's what Pisco is saying. He doesn't think they'd confirm
I
a single.
agree. They won't.
I don't think you should risk it. I feel like she should step down. Yeah. Do you agree? Is there any good argument against the idea of, I don't know if we talked about this before, but just like every president should just get one Supreme Court pick or two or whatever, and then you just rotate them out? Is there any good argument against that?
What if
think
you
that's
have
one
more
of the
than one
reform-
vacancies, like a bunch of other stuff?
Well, sure, but I mean, like you
could
you could slot it for then like the next president to like make it even or whatever. But I like I don't like the lottery. The Supreme Court lottery feels really stupid to me.
Yeah, it's silly. Trump got 3.
That's insane. Maybe 4. Like he's looking at potentially 4 if he did win this election, right? That's just insane.
But in one term, he got 3.
Yeah.
Think
Well,
about
I
how
think
our
it's
life
I
would be
think
different.
Let's be clear. I think he's guaranteed 2 more no matter what, because I believe Thomas and Alito will drop out.
If he wins, yeah.
Yeah, if he
100%.
wins, yeah.
Bet on that, folks.
So
Bet on that.
then he'll get to say he appointed a MAGA majority, right?
Yeah.
And don't you think, Stephen, just to be 100% clear, Donald Trump is way too old to be president. I mean, he's the oldest official nominee for a party. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah. Have you seen videos of him
100%.
talking prior? Even in the last election cycle in 2016, he was much sharper. He was much brighter. He didn't have as many weird name
And the
swaps
polls show it, guys.
over and
I
over
mean,
again.
listen.
What Nikki Haley and Pelosi and all these things. Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Absolutely.
But it's not just the gaps. But again, this is really important because people used to talk about the previous Democratic presumptive nominee and the polls against him. Polls have consistently shown anywhere from 50 to 65% of the American people have serious doubts that Donald Trump is not mentally fit to be president.
It's a good point. We really don't know. Like the black box of a Donald Trump presidency where like we can't see into who's running the show. Like he says that Project 2025 isn't what's going on, but who knows who's running things really? I mean, there are moments where he doesn't know where the fuck
I mean,
he is.
didn't they already admit that he wanted to do some military action and like either Millie or somebody else like was not doing? Yeah, so like he doesn't even have control of his thing. Also, have we seen him play golf recently? Is his handicap really the same as it was 10, 15, 20 years ago? Does he even have the same level of physical health? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hey, on that note, did you ever hear Biden's banger line on that note? He's like, what's Trump been doing? Just riding around on his golf cart, filling out his golf score before he hits the ball. I just thought it was a funny line. But yeah, I mean, I do think that obviously the vice president, the vice president should be making this case. It'll be interesting to see how people who previously bitched about Biden react to this. Like, I cannot wait if and when Stephen ever
just to be
gets
clear,
back on Piers Morgan.
nothing will happen. You understand that conservatives don't actually care about that. Like they don't actually give a fuck about the senility. Yeah, so they'll just like, oh no, if you look at Trump now, he's still sharp, and that'll be it.
78's the new 60 anyway.
But it's telling that Trump picked such a young vice president because it's clear that the American people are very concerned about his age, and that's something that like you should carry forward to everyone you know is like bring this concern of age. And
of
senility.
course. Yeah, that's going to be 100. How many people did you hear saying over and over again, wow, is it really these two candidates? These are the two that we got? Oh, well, now you have a different
Well, now
one.
they're not.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see if people who are more centrist on this recant now that they can't appeal to Biden.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. That is funny though.
No,
That you think that people
no.
are going to recant? That you think people are going to walk back?
I'm not
the
saying that they
centrist people?
will. I'm not saying that they will. I think it will be funny content. I think it will be good content.
Okay. That's slightly more acceptable. Okay.
Yes. For people in real time to ask a follow-up question like, hey, so now that that's no longer on the table, now that you don't have to worry about Biden's senility, do you favor
Harris
Vice
is
President
59 though. I mean, so she's a little old.
Yeah.
You know.
God.
Yeah. I do want to call out any centrist who was like, I'm not going to name any names, of course, but any centrist who was like, Biden, I can't do that. Now you have an opportunity to stick by your guns and condemn Donald Trump and to join the other ticket and to forcefully say, I support the Democratic candidate. I think that would be a great idea, and I think everyone who was kind of on the fence, or maybe even they said, I prefer Trump just because of how old Biden is, maybe now is the time to stick with your guns and your politics, what you say are your politics, and endorse the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
True. I hit that question at the end of I did an interview with Tom Bilyeu, the impact theory guy. Yeah, I asked him that at the very end. I wanted to get this question out. And I asked him before, I think it was the second to last question I asked. I was like, hey, just to be clear, if Biden drops out, and I think I asked, if Biden drops out and Kamala Harris comes back, will you seriously reconsider? And he did say, I got him to say, yes, I would seriously relook at the candidates or reconsider. So yeah, we'll see.
Play it back. Play back those tapes. Get the clips. Get all of them. And honestly, it should be embarrassing for anyone who calls himself a centrist or who is just worried and concerned about the senility of Joe Biden now to stand behind Trump or even be equivocal about it. Demand answers from them and push back hard.
Yeah. Real hard. Even if that means you got to make fun of.
Burn some bridges. Oh, no, not that.
While you're both here, because this was a question I had for Stephen earlier, and then we got sidetracked. But again, now that you've been diving deeper into the Supreme Court cases and judicial cases in general, one of the things that Pisco and I constantly talk about, and I'm curious if your opinions on this have changed. I believe that in our current conception, the Supreme Court of the United States is effectively the most powerful branch, not equal, but is the top dog of the three. What do you think? Am I wrong?
It's hard to say like what there are so many checks and balances between them all. It's just hard to say. I don't know if I would say any branch is like, technically, I believe conceptually, I think Congress is supposed to be kind of the most powerful, but
it is. It is supposed to be.
But
right?
everything's power has its cons to it, right? Like the legislature absolutely, undeniably has the most power, but it also requires the most inertia
Consensus.
to overcome, in order to get that power executed, right? The Supreme Court theoretically can wield a lot of power, but it's kind of constrained theoretically
right. Well,
by the Constitution
let's
and
be
laws
clear.
from Congress.
So, in terms of what the founders intended, you actually find the word co-equal doesn't exist in the Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jamie Raskin and other constitutional scholars have really been leading the way on this, and really since Donald Trump became president, saying that the notion of three co-equal branches, it's kind of a canard, right? The branches are separate and they're all important, but Congress was always intended to be the most powerful branch. It's the one that can amend the Constitution. It's in theory got the final hand on top, like you said.
And you have to remember that for Marbury v. Madison, the Supreme Court was supposed to be the final say on resolving disputes for cases that would either come up federally or to resolve disputes between states or to resolve disputes relating to treaties, I think. That's what the Supreme Court was supposed to do. And it was
gave itself
only
judicial review.
Yes. The Supreme Court technically wait, what?
I disagree with that reading that the Supreme Court usurped itself and.
Well, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it usurped itself. I'm just saying that I don't. It wasn't originally written, at least by text, that the Supreme Court had the power to declare a law from the legislature unconstitutional.
That's
right?
true.
That it comport. Because I think there were some. I don't remember the quotes, but some of the people that were originally when they were drafting the Constitution didn't think that Congress would ever do that. Well, Congress wouldn't pass a law that's unconstitutional. They can't. Or that. So yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Here's my response to that real quick. I mean, you could imagine them coming up with something that said it is emphatically the providence and duty of the legislature to say what the law is instead of the judicial branch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's not explicitly written, but if you read the Federalist Papers, there's a reference to judicial review in one of them. I'm not remembering right now which one it is, but also there were other state Supreme Courts at the time that did have that authority, and the thought process is, and again, I don't have the analysis on hand, that the inspiration for the federal judiciary were those other state Supreme Courts. And so I do think that as envisioned by the framers in the Federalist Papers, that judicial review is considered.
Okay, that could be the case. Considering that the Marbury case was that 1807 or something? How early was that? It was pretty early, wasn't it?
It was an early case under
1803.
Marshall.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a famous opinion. And it's one of the most, if you look at the fact patterns, one of the craziest opinions. Anyone who worries about judicial ethics, just so you guys know, this was all about a commission that wasn't sent to Marbury under the Adams administration. By the Secretary of State was supposed to give away the commissions to these justices of the peace. And do you want to know who the Secretary of State was at the time of the Adams administration who failed to send the commission to Marbury? A little fellow by the name of Justice Marshall. And so why isn't Justice Marshall recusing himself in this case when he's a fact witness of what happened? Who knows? There's a lot of that. And
but the early courts and the Supreme Court and everything was wild. It was way different. Yeah, it was a wild. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just say it was a different time back then, and some people think it was a setup case that they set it up
Even it seems like the court has changed like quite a lot over the history of the United States, not just ancient history either. Like I said, I was like setting aside an evening to read through that the Brown v. Board of Education case because I was curious like what all the arguments were. That's like an 11-page opinion. It's like a 20-minute read, and I'm like, oh, okay, interesting.
Did you not like it? You're against Brown v. Board?
Yeah, because Congress didn't make a law.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Congress didn't make a
Sweats to me,
law,
sweats to me.
right? Isn't that what Roberts said? That we have to, or was it Alito that said that? No, it was Roberts that wrote that opinion. Congress didn't make a law enforcing equal protections from the 14th Amendment, and I thought that's what Section 5 said. That's the argument that we used to get rid of Section 3,
Enacting
saying that
legislation.
that was like I believe that was the central argument that they used to say that the states can't enforce this. Yeah, that was what Roberts said. So I think equal protection should be thrown out the window unless Congress makes laws for it. Yeah.
By the way, all 9 Supreme Court justices are guilty for that shambolic opinion, Anderson. So I am disappointed that the liberals didn't dissent there. But
Yeah.
you know, that's just another reason why Sotomayor should. Never mind. Just kidding. But.
True.
Oh, how are you feeling, Stephen? Doesn't it feel like a huge relief? Tell me I'm lying.
No, not at all. And it shouldn't. You should have nervous energy. I think if you're looking at this honestly, it should be nervous energy. Like there's a lot of opportunity. Like a lot of cool stuff it'll be the same thing I said like yesterday and over the past week. A lot of really cool stuff now has the potential to happen that couldn't before, but a lot of disastrous stuff has the potential to happen that couldn't before as well. Just who knows? Yeah.
Can you tell me your emotional reaction the moment you heard?
I mean, it's a relief that you don't have to worry about any of the Biden attacks anymore. And then it's wondering of like what the next. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm a content creator, and I know that I'm going to get a lot of viewers today, and it's going to be a lot to talk about.
Isn't it crazy that no one even remembers that someone shot at Donald Trump?
Oh, I was just arguing earlier with Paul,
no
and
one remembers it.
Yeah.
Like,
also,
like no one even.
Donald Trump passed a bullet. Okay, don't let people say Donald Trump took a bullet for this country, because if he took it, then how did the guy behind him get shot and killed? Okay, he passed that bullet on a dude behind him. I don't know how people are saying Donald Trump took a bullet when his ear got grazed and there's another dude behind him that got fucking killed. It's unhinged, but
Does it matter to you? Does this?
it does matter to me. Yeah, because it's weird when people say God protected Donald Trump that day, and it's like, bro,
Wait a
what
minute,
about the
you're
dude
leaving out
behind him that
a
got killed?
You are leaving out a critical part of the claim that Donald Trump took a bullet, because he actually said this at a rally, I think yesterday. I saw a brief clip. He said he took a bullet for democracy. That's a direct quote.
Yeah. Apparently, God can only shield one person
say a word,
at a
Steven.
time. I'll
You're
say
in
all
enough
the
trouble
words.
already.
I don't care. I will take a trouble. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I will.
You do care.
I'll take it all to embolden the liberals around me to be brave. Okay, you see these Laura Loomer tweets. You see these unhinged fucking statements that conservatives are making. Yeah, tell me where's all the conviction for the people calling those people out? Fuck that bullshit. I have
When they go low, we go
Stop.
medium.
Shut up.
We go medium.
No, shut the fuck up.
Wait, we can't go medium? You literally, this was your
Here's
idea.
the point. Listen, okay? They choose the battlefield, we'll win on the battlefield. Whatever they choose, we'll fight with the weapons that they declare, and we will defeat them, okay? That's the
You're unhinged.
That's
You're
the rule.
crazy.
That's the rule, okay?
Usually I'm the bad cop. It feels good for once to be the good cop.
I mean, you
guys are
agree
like-
with the substance of what he's getting at here, which is that there needs to be
depends on what you define as the substance.
the forced expectation of symmetrical standards.
If you watch
that-
the actual video, the guy in the background steps on a blade of grass that belonged to that dude, okay? He leased that blade of grass. Also, I'm so sorry too. I wish I would have watched this video. God, there's so much more I would have shit on Trump. I thought that there were shots that the next second Donald Trump got down, and then a second or two later, Donald Trump got up and raised his fist. I didn't realize he was on the ground for like a fucking minute, waiting for the all clear from 15 different people, and then spending 10 seconds finding his fucking shoes, and then getting up and raising his fist. The way that story was presented, I thought that the sequence of events was much shorter than him waiting for the all clear, finding his shoes.
Does this matter to you?
Yes, it does. It does matter. Yes, I think it absolutely matters. Well,
Why?
Because people present this, and the average conservative in their mind, I don't care what you tell me, and I know this is true, the average conservative in their mind thinks that Donald Trump got shot, ducked quickly, and then rose up and fight with his fist in like 2 seconds. That's why they all say that, like, he took a bullet and he stood up and he continued to be brave. Every conservative in this country thinks that. Absolutely.
Why do you think it's important to fight that myth? I mean, like, it's just whatever.
Well, it's not in the grand scheme of all the things to fight is not important. It's just another lie. Like, did Donald Trump have the largest audience in his inauguration? It's just another fucking lie. It's just going to keep track of these things, I think, because when you lie and lie and lie and lie, you have this fertile breeding ground for big lies later on when people spread them over time. And conservatives are the masters at that. Yeah. And he spent more time searching for his fucking shoes with his height inserts than he did, with his fist in the air screaming fight. Okay.
So you think that he has height inserts like DeSantis?
I think he does. Why was he so concerned about getting his shoes?
Maybe because he didn't want to step on any broken glass.
Oh, yeah? The Secret Service couldn't fucking carry him? He had like 10 agents around him.
He's a big guy. I don't know if you...
No, he's not. Ronnie Jackson, his physician, didn't he say that Donald Trump weighs like 190-something pounds?
Oh, there you go. He's like 6'3", right? 190? That's a healthy weight.
Right.
He's good.
No, I mean, it's bullshit. Like, he's overweight, right? But they were just like fudging the information about him, fudging his height and weight. They were called out for it.
Now you're attacking his physical appearance, even though Stephen has specifically said you're not to attack people's physical appearance.
I didn't attack his.
Hold on, wait, excuse me. I'm 5'8". I wouldn't attack him if he's only 6'1". Okay, if he's like a manlet, if he's a 6'1" manlet, that's great. I support him. Okay, I'm just saying if he's not 6'3" and he's lying about it, that's something that's worth considering. I think considering how much shit they gave DeSantis over that. Didn't DeSantis literally go on PBD's show and they literally asked him about his height?
What the hell's PBD?
Paul, the Iranian, inserted Iranian foreign influencer that spreads, Russian disinformation in the United States. That guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's super dumb. I saw him get owned by this conservative guy who hates Trump. I forget his name. Steve something. You know what I'm talking about, Josiah?
Schmidt. Steve Schmidt.
Yeah,
from Lincoln Project. Yeah, that was brutal. Yeah. He's also frequently on Piers Morgan's show too. They just had him on.
Piers Morgan, no spine whatsoever.
I totally disagree. What? I feel like he's got a huge spine. He just uses it to stand up for Trump.
Listen, he has criticized Donald Trump in the past.
True.
He said some things about January 6th. Okay, but he also I just saw like he dropped an op-ed in the New York Post about why my phone call with Donald Trump last night makes me believe he is destined to return to the White House.
Who said that?
So, Piers Morgan.
He wants him to return. That's the thing that these centrists, quote unquote, never admit. I mean, just come out. Just come out and say that you support this fascist. Everything will make sense, right? The second that Piers says, yeah, puts on the MAGA hat, would any of us be surprised? Of course not.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he was honest, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess that. I guess there's that. All right, in terms of next steps, do you want to see an open convention process, even if it's kind of a foregone conclusion, Stephen, where there's at least one other candidate? Or do you want it to be more anointing?
So this was my issue before. I think I said this. I think you agreed. The scary thing about like all the leaks and the disunity behind the scenes is that like if you're not on the same page, it's hard to move together with a common purpose. And the fighting and everything behind the scenes, I don't think was healthy for the Democratic Party. It wasn't good. Now that they've picked Kamala, hopefully they can all get on the same page and move forward. But having an open convention, doesn't it just invite more of that disunity?
Maybe. Doesn't it feel like we've broken the clouds? Like we were below a storm and there was this hurricane. Everyone was down. Everyone was sad. And this very dark time. And all of a sudden we burst through a cloud and now we're 30,000 feet in the air, and now we can see the sun. Doesn't it feel like that?
No, not at all. But I understand why you feel that way. Yeah, no, not at all.
I feel like it's 3.5 months from an election, and we're still down in the polls and
don't you have the hope now that la ganas? You know what ganas is?
No.
You're Hispanic, right, Stephen? Ganas.
Oh yeah.
The will.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Don't
I knew
you have
that.
the
Yeah.
will now? Yeah, you knew that.
I love your optimism. I wonder what IRI is thinking.
I'm not saying it's a done deal. There's a fight ahead. A metaphoric fight.
Yeah. What do you mean by fight? Turn down the fucking temperature, Pisco.
This is going to be tough.
You know what I feel like? Here's what I feel like. I feel like you were in the hospital and it's a little bit rough. The doctors are giving you about 6 months left on hospice. And you're like, but there'll be like 4 or 5 good months, okay? And then probably a rough month and you die, okay? And then the doctors came in and they said, listen, okay? We know that we said it was foregone. You're gone. However, there is a treatment, a combination of things that we can do. We can go for a full cure. It has a 15% chance of success, though. So there's like a flurry of excitement. And it's like, oh shit, okay, I thought it was a done deal, and I thought, oh, whatever, okay, all right, there's a thing, but it's like, whew, you know. And I'm not trying to map on precisely saying, oh, there's only 50% chance Kamala wins. I'm just saying like that's like the type of feeling that I have, where it's like something. Obviously, there's a lot of new potentials open up, but who knows?
You understand right now that Jimmy Carter's alive because of you, right?
I'm so sorry. I didn't know I would score 970 that day. Okay, I didn't know.
What I want you to do is go on to I Got Rhythm, 900 and above,
and release it.
And don't release it yet. 900 and above, and we're in a good place.
900 is
We're
so
probably
easy.
gonna
Okay,
win.
I'll do it next time.
One thing we do insist on collectively as your pals, you cannot fucking travel for the next 3.5 months.
I know.
It's your ass in that apartment in Miami.
Except for the
Yeah,
party.
you can DoorDash your shit, but there is no need for you to leave that apartment for any reason in 3.5 months. Every time. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a meme. But it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. Every
Bro,
time.
I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting in fucking New York, and I check out my fucking phone that day, and I'm like, I'm just reading, and I'm like, assassinate. There's no shot, right? This is not real, right? Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus.
I had a migraine and I woke up. Okay, no one's gonna believe me, but I'm telling you 100% the truth because I had just got off a discussion with someone about the immunity case. None of you are gonna believe me, but I promise you it's true. I had a migraine, so I took a nap, and I dreamt about an assassination attempt on Joe Biden. I wake up, I look at my phone because I have to get ready for a dinner that I'm going to, and I see Vosh's stream title, Assassination Attempt. And I was like, oh, he's just referencing, I guess, the immunity? I couldn't fucking believe it, but it was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're clairvoyant.
What do you want to kind of bitch?
Oh, I just saw you guys were talking about the election, and I was like, oh, I'll hop in. This seems like a fun discussion.
You're not part of this team, homie. You're not on the team.
I'm sorry.
I'm just
He's on the
I'm just
team.
fucking- I'm just fucking.
He's on it.
How do you feel, buddy?
I'll be voting for Trump now.
Oh.
Now that
Oh, yeah,
now that
true.
the Democrats have disenfranchised me.
Yeah, I am voting for
not
Donald Trump
allowing-
now. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Now that I've been disenfranchised by the Democrats, it's really they're the party of anti-democracy, and so now I'm going to vote for Trump in order to save our institutions.
This is
Hey, on
just
that
like
score,
January
real
6th.
quick, Pisco, in all seriousness, because you've been complaining about this a lot. Can you, for the benefit of chat or anybody who's like going to have to fight this, metaphorically speaking, why?
Well, thank you for clarifying metaphorically, because
Yes, yes, right.
the rhetoric was very hot, but then you said metaphorically. Thank God. Go
Really
ahead.
putting
Yeah.
the bullseye on this
Jesus
ballot, actually.
Christ.
Metaphorical bullseye.
Metaphorical
Can you-
bullseye. Okay.
Can you give a quick,
Yes, quick.
lawyerly explanation as to why this is not in any way anti-democratic?
Yeah, we did this a little bit before. I'll just do one real quick. No man rules alone. Donald Trump, sorry, I messed it up. Joe Biden is not entitled to the infrastructure of his party. He has no legal right to, or even philosophical right to, use the resources of the Democrats and have Democrats support him. Maintaining the confidence of your party is a absolute vital thing to do in almost every democracy, certainly in every parliamentary democracy. There are methods to get rid of a leader who does not have the confidence of his party. In this specific case, there were a bunch of contests that occurred. Yeah, millions of people voted in a private primary process that uses the kind of the systems of the state, and it's conducted sometimes by state officials, but these are private contests, and there are rules attendant to those private contests, which are what happens if a candidate decides to drop out. It was entirely Joe Biden's decision to drop out or not. That there was pressure and people using their First Amendment rights to voice their lack of confidence in the president and his ability to beat Donald Trump is totally par for the course. It's part of the rules. It's what happens, and there's nothing wrong with it. And to suggest that we should be bound by those previous primaries, supposing and on the condition that Joe Biden decided to drop out, is ridiculous, flatly ridiculous. Joe Biden has no entitlement to the funding or the support, and the fact that was starting to leave and that pressured his decision doesn't make his decision to drop out any more illegitimate or anti-democratic. The real election is in November, and maybe even before that, right? If you're doing the early voting and that kind of thing. And so that's the real election. This is all private, and it was all done above board, 100%.
Yeah, and I think one thing as well worth pointing out is that Biden had a running mate, Kamala Harris. He also, like Pisco said, he voluntarily chose to drop out. And so now picking his backup candidate, which is basically what a vice presidential nominee is, doesn't seem particularly anti-democratic. It seems like these institutions are set up to handle a scenario like this, so it's nothing worth worrying about too much. But I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of voters out there who are like, I think it's a very online position, the idea of like, well, because you took Biden away from me, I'm just not going to vote. I'm going to sit this one out.
Well, I don't even know how true.
There's not a
I don't even know how
single
true the opinions are. Bro. Okay,
It's an
sorry.
online opinion
Welcome to my
only.
conspiracy brain. I'm so sorry. I don't trust anything I see on X anymore. Okay, I don't trust that platform. I think it's Russian control. I don't trust it. I don't trust X. I don't. I think it's crazy. We have no more insight.
Yeah.
Elon Musk openly and adamantly supports it. He's more partisan than Jack Dorsey or anybody involved with Twitter ever has been in history. We have no more transparency into it. There's no more reports about their communication. Like
If Zuckerberg prior to the 2020 election had been as vocal and outspokenly pro-Biden as Elon Musk is,
yeah.
I don't know what to do, folks. I don't know.
Or
what
Jeff
would have been done.
Bezos, or Jack Dorsey, or any other person, any other CEO. The Republicans all claimed, right? They were like, "Oh, these guys are all supporting the Dems." No leaks about it. Twitter files contain nothing about it. No evidence for any of this. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, every single other fucking tweet is shitting on Biden and supporting Trump. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, is it confirmed or am I making this up? Because I saw headlines saying that Elon Musk is now putting like $45 million into.
I believe it.
Trump referenced it at a speech. So, yeah, I think so.
Like,
I think it's explicit now. He said that Musk is giving him $45 million a month, too.
It's because of like high school reasons, because he wants to be popular with the cool kids. That's literally, I think he has the mentality of a child.
Yeah.
He really wants to have the likes and the tweets from people that he considers to be cool. That's it. And fuck Hulk Hogan and fuck Joe Rogan. You guys are all anti-democratic shills. You're sucking at the altar of Donald Trump, and it's gross.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was some reporting out that said that Musk was actually personally pretty upset that when Biden had his it was like an American EV showcase that he didn't invite Elon Musk, and apparently this actually really upset Elon Musk, which is what caused
Well,
Elon
hold on.
Musk to be.
Remember, wasn't one of Trump's major reasons for getting involved in politics was it 2011 or 2012 that Obama slighted him?
Obama roasted him, at the White House Correspondents'
And
Center,
he was
made fun
so
of his face.
fucking ass mad. He sat there stewing so much. And I don't believe they ever had another one when Trump was in the White House, right? They basically axed all of them, right?
No, they had one, and then they stopped after that. Or no, excuse me, I'm sorry. He never showed up.
Oh, okay.
They would still have the
Because
correspondence.
they are the
if he just
thinnest
showed up.
skin
Yep.
motherfuckers
Well,
that ever
they are.
existed.
Wait, my favorite thin-skinned Trump thing is when he got rid of Michelle Obama's school lunch initiative on Michelle Obama's birthday when he was president. That's the most petty thing that Trump did as president. He waited until her birthday to get rid of her healthy school lunch initiative.
Or anytime he
these
celebrates a
Trump
holiday, he'll always say he'll always say Happy 4th of July, even to the losers and the haters, and he goes on
right.
the 7-paragraph screed.
About unity, though.
Yeah.
They are the thinnest skinned motherfuckers that have ever existed. The moment you criticize them at all, they block you. I'm talking about the Dave Rubins, the Redacteds. Every single time that you call them out on their bullshit, they whine and cry and hold on to it for the rest of their lives. I'm talking about Peterson, who can't get over the SJWs. That movement is dead and gone and buried, and he's still butthurt about that and all the criticisms. Same with Trump and the rest of them. They can't get over it.
Yeah. Remember, this country almost descended into civil war when Starbucks put Happy Holidays on their fucking cups, okay? This was 10 years ago. And conservatives lost their minds. Happy Holiday. Yeah, they couldn't handle it.
Harassing Target so much that Target got rid of LGBTQ merchandise. All these employees.
Yeah,
are
don't paint your bridge this color, down with... Remember when they were against kneeling at the national anthem? Can you fucking imagine being upset that some people were taking the knee at the national anthem? At the same time, your supporters are all flying the flag upside down against the Democratic election. I can't think of a more incoherent position in terms of American symbology than that.
Yeah, the hypocrisy. I mean, it really is. It's stunning.
Destiny, who should be the vice presidential
He's
pick?
gone.
Oh, he's gone. Rest in peace.
Yeah. He's never.
Who do you
coming back.
guys who do you guys think Destiny wants to be vice presidential pick?
Whatever the most like upvoted thing, or whatever the highest chances are in Vegas, that's who he'll go with.
You know
he
what
has
I
no
think?
spine. He won't go out of. He won't pick some weird candidate. He only does the conventional candidate. But don't tell him I said that.
Thank God you're not saying it in front of 17,000 people who are going to clip it and send it back.
They're not
to
going
him.
to clip it.
You know, there's hold on. There's a young woman, progressive. She could unite the party that I think Destiny would love.
Alexandria?
Anna Kasparian.
God. Yeah, that's what
I
we
can't
need.
imagine what TYT's coverage is going to be like. I don't even know if I want to.
Well, they're going to be upset because the Democrats are all just going to vote for Kamala and nobody's going to run against her. But I mean, I
Wait,
just
what'd
I
you
don't
tell
really
me?
understand.
What'd you tell me that Jenks said about Biden again today? What'd you tell me you said?
What do you
He
mean?
said that he was gracious. He was like,
No.
yeah.
No, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
he did.
That he's not a good or that he was not the best president.
Yeah, I think Jenks said something along the lines of like all this coverage about Biden's the best president of our lifetimes and all this stuff, like all that's complete nonsense.
Wait,
And it's
that's
like,
unironically true though, folks. I mean, just think if you were.
I mean, that is unironically true.
If
Yeah.
you're a millennial, right? I think Clinton was a bad president. That's just my opinion. Then you have Bush. I think Bush was a bad president. Then you have Obama. I think Biden was a better president than Obama. And then you have Trump. Need I say more? How is he not, at least for millennials, the best president we've ever had in our lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, Cenk was born in 1970, and I just thought, like, well, man, if you think about all the presidents since 1970, like, I mean, genuinely speaking, like, I cannot think of a better president than Biden in that period of time.
Would it be LBJ, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, George
I
H.W.
think
Bush, Clinton?
LBJ, I think didn't he leave office in the 60s? Yeah, he left office in 69, so it would have been Nixon all the way
Ford,
up to
Carter,
Biden,
Reagan,
I guess today.
yeah.
So
If you like
yeah, I mean,
conservatives, I guess Reagan, you could argue.
that's true.
Yeah,
Cenk
but-
was a Republican back then, so maybe he would say.
Oh, true. He
Reagan was
yeah.
the best.
But like
No,
now
that's
he
not-
wouldn't say that. And so who would Cenk say was a better president in his lifetime than Joe Biden?
I honestly don't know. I don't know, 'cause
and
Clinton
then be
destroyed
willing
the
to
welfare
defend their
state.
record and be willing to defend their record. That's the other thing. Like, I mean, of all the stupid takes to have, like, I understand. I mean, at least with domestic policy, like, listen, I understand that they have legitimate, grievances with how the Biden administration has managed, aspects of foreign policy. But even, again, I use Mehdi Hassan as an example. You will find no one who is as consistently outspokenly critical of the president on foreign policy than Mehdi Hassan. And even Mehdi Hassan goes out of his way to say when it comes to domestic policy, Biden has no equal in modern American history. So,
Dude,
yeah.
I will say the thing that made my outburst against crazy conservatives worth it was watching Mehdi Hassan take out my arguments against Piers. I liked watching that.
It was all.
Yeah. I
It
liked
was.
seeing that. Hell yes. And then watching them both do like the British interviewer thing to each other and then both getting upset that they were both doing the British interviewer thing to each other was really funny to me.
Well, so what's funny was I tweeted that maybe Mehdi should invite Piers onto his show because he's got this thing called Zateo and he has his own like show on Substack or whatever. So that way he can bypass the Piers Morgan excuse, which is that I'm the interviewer, I'm asking questions, I don't have to answer questions.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mehdi retweeted it and said, "Hey Piers, what about it? Do you want to come on my show or whatever?" And I've been like pretty obsessively like looking up to see a follow up. I wonder if Piers Morgan will do it. I wonder if he will accept.
No shot, dude.
You don't think
this
so?
is what like people like Elon Musk do, or whatever is Adrian Dittmer, or what was his name? I don't know, the fucking other guy.
Not
I don't want to
Elon
talk about politics. I don't want because they don't want.
Who's Adrian
to have
Dittmer?
It's an
The
account
guy.
it's a guy that tries to desperately sound like Elon Musk and whether he is or isn't.
Oh, is that the
actually
guy
Elon
you
Musk.
talked to?
They don't
Yeah.
want the questions, and Steven has unlocked the last chakra of the questions, where you don't move on until the question is answered, and you put them on the defensive. You put your questions that you want answered on the spot. And if he had a chance with Elon Musk in that call to ask his set of questions about whether they thought the election was stolen, they're scared of those questions because they're scared to answer it because they can't upset daddy. By the way, I'm also calling out Dave Portnoy, that dumb motherfucker, for calling out Biden's response window to the assassination attempt. He's another one of these idiots who doesn't know shit about politics, won't answer a single question. I guarantee it. everyone in this space is afraid, deathly afraid, to have an honest interrogation of their views because they know they can't answer questions honestly, because if they do, they'll upset daddy.
Yep. It's called whatever the next stage of audience capture is, what audience abduction, audience Stockholm syndrome. It's like the more severe version of that. Again, like it's all in that Dominion Fox suit. We're like, guys, Newsmax is taking our audience. They're gonna leave us. We gotta put on Sydney. We need to get the Kraken out. Like, yeah, it's on him, and they know it's false the entire time. Yeah, it's the.
And this is all to all the stoolies. Go tell Portnoy right now, if he wants to prove that he's not just a Donald Trump sycophant, come on and answer some questions. See what you actually think about politics and what Donald Trump did to this democracy. He'll never do it.
Well, I think one factor to keep in mind is that they also might just be really, really stupid and not like.
Oh yeah, Portnoy is also a very dumb guy. I do like
Right.
Miss Peaches though. Miss Peaches, great account. Some of the pizza reviews kind of funny.
I mean, his pizza reviews are great, but he's probably not a great political commentator of our time.
He has some good takes on pizza. I think he overrates a few places. I think he underrates a few others, but yeah.
That's fair. Destiny, who should be the running mate?
I guess like the people are talking about Shapiro or
sorry.
What or
because he was the leading Vegas odds, and I predicted that's who you would first say.
or Whitmer or whatever, right? Like these are the two that I see, but people said Whitmer said she's not interested, so yeah, I don't know. But probably somebody to shore up, yeah, like a swing state and some weaker party.
While you were
electorate.
gone, Pisco was roasting you for picking
No.
He says he's going to pick the most conventional option or the one that the odds favor. That's a mark against you. How dare?
No, I'm just.
That's a mark against you, Steven, for picking.
Look at these snitches.
You said it to 17,000 people.
They weren't going to clip it.
I was going to clip it.
Wait, what? The claim is that I would pick whoever the odds favor?
Yeah.
Why is that an insult? Am I supposed to take that? As
I think he was gently
Oh.
roasting you.
So
Like-
that's an admission. That's what we call an admission, folks.
That's the best thing to do, right? I mean, what's wrong with that?
I don't think that Portnoy is wrong. I think it's either
Portnoy?
John. Yeah, we were talking about Portnoy before, but someone asked me about the best pizza in New York.
Well,
and I
because
was
you
gonna
were
say-
just talking about me and not you.
I know. but
Can I reveal a thing real quick?
I can't
I
answer
went
that?
to I went to a restaurant that Portnoy said had the best pizza in Miami Beach. I'm gonna say it was mid as fuck. It was not
It
really.
was
that
mid.
good.
I think I know which one you're talking about
Wow.
too.
Really?
I think
Oh.
it was mid. Yeah,
Okay.
I think I went to that exact same one.
Oh, where's Dan
I
at?
think
Dan
so.
went with us. Wasn't that good? It was okay. Wasn't bad, but best ever.
But Lucali's and John's on Bleecker is good shit in New York. Those of you who know, if you know, you know. I don't think Lucali's is overrated. It's really good. Anyway, we can go back to you, Stephen.
sorry.
You shill.
No. Go ahead. You wanted to say something that was really important to you. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, I think that you're gonna go with Shapiro. I think Shapiro's actually a good choice.
Okay.
that would
I don't
be a
have strong. I
really
don't
good
know
choice.
anything about any of that. These are the names mentioned.
I also think
don't know.
Mark Kelly would be a good choice. Guy
Yeah, I've
who
heard him
puts
floated
Arizona
too.
in
Yeah.
play. But that's like a valuable Senate seat, which is one of the reasons why I falter. But I think the presidency is just so much more valuable than anything else
Mhm.
that I would be willing to sacrifice the Senate any day. I would sacrifice I would sacrifice like 100% chance at winning the Senate for a bump in 15% for the presidency. Easy. Do you deny that, Josiah? Do you agree or disagree?
No, I'd probably pick that too,
That's
because
balanced.
just because you like if the positions reverse and Democrats wanted to do anything, they would need a president to sign it into law because you'll never have a veto-proof supermajority, probably like ever. So
yep.
I'm just saying, why not have both? Like based on the preliminary things I've seen no reason to assume that Mark Kelly is such a good option that like there's no reason to put us in that position. You know what I'm saying?
I
feel like
think that that's probably going to go in the calculus, and that's why I think that, like, again, who really does a VP pick matter that much? I don't know. You think it matters? Maybe.
I mean, on the margin, it could, and in
On a tight
such a close election
Yeah.
environment, I'm
Right.
sure.
So then get Shapiro in there. Why not? Try to shore up the Midwest because that's the cleanest path to 270. We want Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Just pick him or Whitmer, whoever you think. I don't know if they'll pick Whitmer though because they're scared of sexism. Maybe.
Oh my god, it's the dumbest
What do you
thing
think?
ever.
I mean, I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just saying that's maybe what the brilliant insiders are
Yeah.
thinking when they're coming. To
I
that
mean,
decision.
I don't know. People have this weird, like, I feel like a lot of people I just really don't. I think if you're the kind of person who's like, oh yeah, I don't think America can handle a couple women being on the ticket. It's like, dude, that's like such an old school way of thinking. I understand, like obviously, there probably could be some margin of people who are turned off by 2 women being on the ticket, but you have to balance that with what is in reality a portion of independents and a lot of people who might be more inspired by 2 women being on the ticket. And I think as well, we're in such a polarized time that I really do believe that, like when I say that the Democrats could nominate almost anyone and probably still maintain at least our current level of polling, that probably is true. And so, yeah, I think a Whitmer Kamala ticket could be pretty good. You know, I think unfortunately, because it's such a short like time horizon, Kamala can't really pick someone who she could necessarily work with super well. She kind of has to pick almost like a more strategic choice. Because you know, like you don't want like your president and vice president to like end up hating each other or something, but there's not really time to build a personal relationship there. So
yeah, I see that, but I think that Stevens deep down wants transportation mayor Pete Buttigieg.
I love Pete, but I don't think people like that style of candidate for like leadership president or whatever. I like Pete in the last primary.
You want to debate, bro? You want to debate, bro?
No, I want somebody who's incredibly intelligent and makes decisions with like logic and reason and empirical fact gathering and speaks like it and sounds like it. That's why I like Pete.
Yeah.
But you know, I understand you don't like him because he's gay.
Yeah.
It's fine. I get it. The Hispanic background and
no,
everything. It's all
that's
good.
true.
Don't worry. It's okay.
Whoa,
We've
Carlito,
spoken about it
what are you
privately. I get it. I get it. I get it.
You
I
still
know.
said that to me too.
I know. Yeah.
That's true.
He speaks a lot about it behind the scenes. It's pretty gross.
I think that Harris Buttigieg ticket would be based. Be super cool. I have no problem with it.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm really
feel weird
curious.
me.
I'm really curious what like Kamala's platform will end up being, because when she ran in the primary, she didn't run as a relatively progressive person. Like I think she was out in favor of Medicare for all and the Green New Deal and
very progressive, right?
Yeah. Now, of course, like online progressives will say she's just a right wing person who likes to lock up black kids, you know, and stuff like that. But when she actually ran, I think she did actually have a relatively progressive voting record, and she did have like quite progressive positions. Like when she ran for president in 2020, it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to be in favor of the Green New Deal and Medicare for all. So
am I making this up, or did she have the most progressive voting record?
I think people compared it to Bernie Sanders, and I think she and Bernie voted together like 95% of the time or something like that. So
okay,
she was extremely like if Bernie is like absolute most progressive, then she was like almost exactly as progressive as Bernie Sanders. But to be fair, I mean, those could have been positions of convenience, so I don't take those criticisms super lightly. It's just that, like for instance, even on Israel-Palestine, I think there was a lot of reporting out that said that she was actually pushing the Biden administration to be even harder on Netanyahu than they were. And so, you know, we'll see, I guess, ultimately what her posture is as a presidential candidate. But I mean, of course, she's much better than Donald Trump. I mean, no matter what, basically. So.
Well, that's a question too. To the extent that baggage over Gaza has weighed Biden down at all, do you think that will transfer to Harris? Like, will Harris be seen as culpable?
I don't know how much Americans care about foreign policy. When it's dominating the news cycle, we do, but I don't know if that'll carry through to like the actual presidential election. I'm not sure. Who knows?
Sure. Well, but to Boy's point, I'm just thinking about the margins, right? Like, it's going to be such a tight election. You want to do everything in your power to like min-max support. I wonder to the extent that there's been pushback at all on Biden, if that would transfer to Harris.
I mean, it was genocide.
And then the question
Joe.
is, would it be? Then the question is, would it matter? Like, yeah, there's going to be blowback. I just don't think it'll be outcome determinative.
It was genocide Joe, you know, not like I don't think Kamala was really ever getting a lot of heat because of the Israel-Palestine issue. I mean, to be fair, she might, because she's now the presidential candidate, and I'm sure that's a question she'll have to answer. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what people like Rashida Tlaib, because it feels like a lot of the criticism of the Biden administration has been on Biden specifically. So it'll be interesting to see what like a Rashida Tlaib type will do now that Kamala's the candidate.
But she's not.
I'm just not sure.
She's not the candidate yet, but the presumption.
Well, I mean, come on, let's be real. You know, she's got locked up.
I think the fact that so many different constituencies are coming out to support her right now, even if you were to have another candidate, well, one, I think it's going to disincentivize any other candidate to come out, because number one, coming out now as the number one pick will undermine your consideration for the VP pick, which everyone will be gunning for.
Yeah.
And so the same kind of forces that were at play that were kind of pressuring people not to step up in the actual primary, I think will also be at play for Harris.
Yeah. Well, and then you've also got the fact that like if there are serious candidates do they want to throw their hat in the ring right now, or would they rather wait for a more stable time like 2028?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Yeah, right now, if you're running against Kamala, you're running against the endorsement of Biden, the Obamas, the Clintons, and probably
Did
every
Obama come
major
out and
Democratic donor.
Did Obama endorse?
I believe so. I could be wrong. I thought I saw that, but I mean, even if he didn't, just
Fake
running against the
news.
endorsements of true fake news, even running against the endorsement of Biden and the Clintons and what is probably virtually every major Democratic donor and the Congressional Black Caucus. I mean, I don't know that you'd have such a narrow window for victory. I think if you actually came out and decided to run against Kamala in the convention.
Is this tweet?
Pisco, you know more than.
Wait, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go
real
on.
quick. I'm sorry because I hate this guy because he's another Russian agent. What a disgusting tweet.
no.
Orca?
Konstantin Kisin. You couldn't write a better finale to the last 8 years than a demented president resigning and handing over the candidacy to someone who was picked because she had a vagina of color.
Disgusting. Hateful.
Like
God.
Kamala's experience, like in government as a prosecutor, like compared to
Trump?
yeah, or yeah, like
the government?
yeah, like Trump is literally. I will die on
Trump
this
is
hill.
literally a self-made man, Destiny.
Do you know why Donald Trump right now is leading the ticket? Why he was elected in 2016?
Because he earned it.
It's because he had a fucking TV show. That's the only reason. Without The Apprentice, Donald Trump is never president. Like, literally.
Which he earned.
Shut up.
Thank you. You have no argument against it.
Constantine, he would never like. There is no one in the Democratic Party, I'm convinced. Maybe Joe Manchin, and he's not a Democrat anymore. He's an independent. Maybe Dean Phillips, and that'd probably be pushing it. There's nobody that these centrists would accept. Nobody.
No.
There's not a single person that they would full-throatedly endorse.
No, there is one person they would endorse, and that's if the Democrats chose RFK.
Right. But
True.
he's not a Democrat, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no, you could get. I'm trying to think of like maybe Josh Gottheimer or somebody like that. I'm trying to think of somebody as centrist as possible in the Democratic Party. Like, who's a centrist Democratic senator at this point?
They're all just liars and
Yeah.
grifters. I don't buy any of this. It's all garbage. RFK, by the way, is a Trump supporter too. He's the same shit. I totally 100% believe that RFK would trade like his entire candidacy to be Secretary of State or any other position in the Trump administration. They're all grifters.
Yeah, I mean, well, probably, yeah. I mean, I think it'll be, I don't know, it will be interesting to see how the polling shakes out with Kamala being the actual head of the ticket, because I think all the polling is it's hard to disaggregate all the polling available to us because Harris is like inexplicably tied in all this polling to Biden. And so when she actually gets out on her own, it'll be interesting to see not only how she does relative to Trump, but also how she does relative to Kennedy. Like, it'll be interesting to see if the dynamics of him as a third party candidate change significantly now that Biden isn't the top of the ticket. Like, will she be able to pull more Kennedy voters from Kennedy and make him more of a spoiler for Trump than for Kamala? I don't know.
I
That'll
think
be
she
really
will be able
interesting.
to. And one thing I want to respond to that Constantine guy. What did he have to say about J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance is a junior senator from Ohio. What experience does he have?
He probably
wrote a
didn't
book
say
about
shit
Mima.
or celebrated
They
it.
don't say shit.
No.
Whenever you're talking about like the lack of political experience or favoritism or nepotism, holy shit, holy
Yeah, it's not even
garbanzo beans.
close. Look at the fact that
Say it.
I'm screaming into the wind. No, I mean, like, we talk about like bad rhetoric and how unfair it is that people malign Trump and call him Hitler and shit. I mean, JD Vance literally felt like he was Hitler, literally, and he's his VP, right? Or Donald Trump, literally wrote a check, max contribution, I think, right, $5,000 check to Kamala Harris in 2011 for her fucking campaign to reelect her as the Attorney General. I mean, you had Donald Trump showing up in pictures with the Clintons at their fucking wedding. You got like, there's just so much stupid shit. But they have no rules. They have no rules. That's why I will reiterate it again. When a conservative comes up to you and he tries to scold you because you're not being fair or you're not being held account to some rule or you're not living up to some standard, you never ever ever take conservatives seriously on all of this. You never take a conservative seriously on any of this ever. Okay.
I mean, I think in some regards though, the flailing to try and come up with like any attack that might stick. Oh, she's DEI. She never earned her position. Oh, she's Kamala. this and that. I think that what that shows is that, or like, oh, the Democrats are actually anti-democracy because of this. It's truly showing the attempt to just try and throw shit at the wall and just hope that anything can stick, because Kamala most likely is just not as polarizing a candidate as Joe Biden, and it is like structurally going to be more difficult to tear her down.
They say that, but like Joe Biden, aside from the senility stuff, I guess after this last debate, was also like not divisive at all, right? Notice that they hung on to that one picture of him in that one speech for the entirety of his fucking presidency. The one with the red light behind him, the zoomed in one. And it was like, even if you listen to that speech, he's like, it's not all Republicans, guys, okay? Just the MAGA, the ones that don't support the election results are the threat to democracy, which they are. But like, it doesn't really matter what you are. They'll invent or make up anything to attack you. It's unhinged.
I got one other thing to say. Other thing to say. New York Times, get your shit together, New York Times. We did what your editorial board asked for. Get it together. Get on the team. We know what's going on.
I hear you.
Stop your shit.
Do you follow the New York Times pitch bot on Twitter? Pisco?
Yeah, I do. I do.
That guy's fucking funny. And I haven't checked his page, but I imagine he's got some funny ones too, of like why Kamala Harris should also drop out for the sake of democracy. Steven, did you ever watch The West Wing?
I've seen clips of it, but no, never even a full episode.
Okay, well, it is in its first 3 or 4 seasons. I do think it's one of the best TV shows in American history. It's really, really good.
Wow.
Aaron Sorkin, the guy who created The West Wing, and some other like really good, like I think it was The Newsroom or America's Newsroom or something like that on HBO. It's really good. He's got a really good mind for TV. He wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. Pisco, have you seen this one?
Oh, did he say we should nominate Mitt Romney?
Mitt Romney.
Sorkin. Get it together, Sorkin.
Yeah. So Steven, he's like, listen, people have been asking me how I would script the West Wing finale to this election, because the West Wing is so idyllic and it's got a good faith Republican Party and an impeccable president. It's political fantasy.
Yeah.
And he said what the Democratic Party should do is persuade President Biden to withdraw, and then, for the sake of unity, nominate Mitt Romney, a Republican, as the Democratic nominee, as a gesture of unity, to unite the American people. Like, even this guy, who is presumably like a dyed-in-the-wool liberal, thinks that like they're so horny to appeal to Republicans that what Democrats should do is not elect a better Democrat or a more electable Democrat. It's just to elect a different type of Republican. So in a way, as far as I'm concerned, this further reinforces what we've been bitching about here and what you've been bitching about here. Like, even like, it's not just them. There are people on our side of the aisle who feel like we have to bend over. Like, we don't just meet in the middle. We have to go all the way up to them and give them 90% of what they want.
And keep in mind, publicly, you never, ever, ever hear these conversations from conservatives. Well, hold on. Are we going to lose the center? Are we going to lose liberals on this one? And in the behind-the-scenes stuff, right, for the Dominion Fox News stuff, it's what lies can we tell so that we don't lose our conservative base to like even more further right publications. There's never a consideration of like, well, are the moderates not going to trust us anymore? Like, they don't even consider it. Yeah, they only bang the war drums on their side and attack the other. There's never a consideration for people in the middle there.
Right. Did anybody prior to J.D. Vance being selected as Donald Trump's nominee, think about this, were there, maybe I missed them, maybe they were out there, were there calls by major conservative figures or Republicans that Donald Trump should nominate, I don't know, fucking Chuck Schumer, somebody like that, like a Democrat, to try to appeal to the other? No, of course not.
Well, there were a lot of calls on Twitter that were very upset, to be fair, that J.D. Vance's wife was brown. They did complain about that.
True.
I don't know how mainstream that got in the Republican Party. There's a lot of talk on Twitter over that. They really didn't like the fact she was Indian, but
Right, but
when Steven says a lot of talk on Twitter, he just means Nick Fuentes. See that's his,
no, there were a few really big tweets and a lot of discourse over it. Now, I don't know. It wasn't like lawmakers. It wasn't like mainstay Republican parties. Also, I don't know again what I even trust on fucking Twitter, but yeah.
Well,
look,
actually,
the right realizes they reveal they hate Indian women. We nominate an Indian woman. It's perfect. It's poetic.
True.
That's how it should be.
Wait, didn't Hutch join?
Yeah, Hutch joined, but then he said he
Steven's
realized that
banned on
Destiny was
Twitch.
banned on Twitch.
Lol.
Resident
Crazy,
Kick,
huh?
actually.
Yeah.
So Twitch is
For hate speech.
unbanning Donald Trump, but Steven is still banned.
And
So-
Sneeko. And also, but I do want to say, finally, Twitch respected me a little bit, and I do appreciate it, that
Yeah.
when Nathan was making threats against my life, he was the first person to get banned from Twitch for making threats against my life. Not the actual
Oh, no,
guys.
Wait, your son was banned
Yes.
from Twitch?
Not the other guys
The
that were
whole
saying,
Borelli
when I see
family.
Destiny, it's
You're
going to be
kidding.
on site. Okay, or that Destiny's family should have been killed to prevent slave owners from ever like making children. None of those guys
You're lying.
got
Wait,
no.
wait,
You got
wait.
permabanned or indefinitely suspended. But yeah,
You didn't see this piece?
thank
Joe? Yeah, this is
God, thank
hilarious.
God, thank you. Twitch is finally
He got
protecting
banned-
me.
He got banned for threatening you?
I think so. Yeah.
Nathan like
What did he
cocks
say?
a gun and says he's gonna kill Destiny, and then leaves the room.
Why
and
does
then
he have a
gets
gun?
banned.
Isn't he like 12?
Yeah, it
he's
was a real
13. Okay, it wasn't a real gun.
Was that a gun?
It wasn't a
Oh.
real gun.
No, it was real. Don't
Yeah,
let Destiny
sure.
lie to you,
You
Pisco.
gotta be careful.
No, that's pretty hilarious though. The whole Borelli family banned
Okay.
from Twitch now.
Uh-oh.
The other hot question: President Biden was supposed to have a second debate with Trump in September. Will
No.
Trump debate?
No.
No, I don't think
Trump
he
is
will.
going to say that it was anti-democratic and he doesn't support it, and he's not going to give air to it. He's not going to give any oxygen. Yeah. And all the Republicans,
such a
every
bad
single
look.
Republican that screamed about how important it was to have debates and how we need to have these democracies, all of them are going to say, oh, actually, I agree with Trump. We shouldn't have any debates. That's true because they have no values and they have no principles.
Dude, that would look so. I mean, I guess it would look bad to a certain audience, but yeah, you're right. Probably
To
the
who?
Republican
Who?
base
To
isn't
what
gonna
audience?
care.
Not to any Republican. No Republican. Every single
Right, right,
Republican.
not the
Remember,
Republican
when
base.
Donald Trump says things, okay? You remember Erythropo's dilemma or whatever? I don't remember the name. Is something good because it does God command things because they're good, or are they good because God commands it? Well, for Trump, him being a god, we've decided that things are good when Trump says they're good. There is no goodness before Trump says it. But once he says it, everybody gets the orders beamed into their fucking brain, and then it's lockstep. Oh, he said this thing. Well, now we all of a sudden support this thing. Do we like Russia today, or do we not like Russia today? Do we have a strong foreign policy today, or are we isolationists today? Whatever the fuck Trump says, it's 100% like lockstep with every conservative immediately after. Yeah.
Kamala debates RFK Jr. on a stage, destroys them, and that's the debate. Easy.
Yeah. Harris,
Why not?
she's like improved her speaking pattern too in terms of like not sounding, I don't know, mumbling or incoherent.
Do not come.
There was a time where she was kind of giving word salad, but now I feel like she's direct, she's on point, she gets it. She trained.
Pisco.
Yeah, I mean,
She's ready.
She's been
when,
in the
when
spotlight
you get
for a
some
little
free
bit.
time, Pisco, you should know that you're the man you respect above all others for political commentary, Professor Alan Lichtman.
Oh.
The
just put out-
keys.
The
just
keys.
put
Wait,
out-
I'm sorry, real quick, because I don't have to listen. Let me read this real quick.
keys.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Donald Trump 1 minute ago, 16 minutes ago. 16 minutes ago. Does anybody really believe that Crooked Joe had COVID? No, he wanted to get out ever since June 27th, the night of the debate, where he was completely obliterated. That was the big moment in Joe Biden's demise. That was the point in time when Joe was revealed for what he is, an incompetent man who should have never been president. Joe Biden is not fit to serve. He's destroying our country. 1 minute ago, my debate with Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news ABC, the home of George Slopadopoulos, sometime in December.
What a fucker.
Now that Joe has, not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you,
Why not?
DJT.
Do it. Fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah. Fox
Do
has hosted debates before. I mean, it's not like they are disastrous.
Yeah, but I
Makes
think
sense.
if they do it, I don't know what those rules will look like, or if Donald wants them to do it. I don't know what the communication behind the scenes will even
We'll
look
just
like.
make them good rules. Whatever. Just agree to the rules. that
Yeah,
the
but will
rules
Donald Trump agree to good rules?
I don't know about that.
I mean, what rules could he ask for that, like,
She doesn't
would
get
be
a
that bad?
microphone. I get to mute her
Yeah,
microphone.
like, no
And she says
microphone.
things I
She's
don't
not allowed to be
like.
on stage. She has to sit in the audience.
You can't talk about my record or things I've said in
wow.
the past.
Let's.
Yeah.
But at least shows that he seems to be willing to do something.
Yeah, but to Steven's point, he can publicly say this shit. He can indicate, hey, listen, I am willing to debate whoever. It just has to be on home turf. And then the vice president could just call his bluff and be like, yeah, sure, Donald, whatever. And then he would change it tomorrow, and Republicans
bad,
would forget
then.
all about it. You know?
Fuck it. Make
Whatever.
him look even worse.
Good development today, boys. Really good. This was episode 5 of Live and Learn, just minus
Yep.
Hutch. But yeah, thank you all for being here. we're gonna end the stream right now, and yeah, have a great rest of your weekend.
Shut up.
Yeah.
There you go. Rest in peace, Pisco. Well, Destiny, wait, what do you think about this though? Because you were
Oh,
you were the more
wait, one last thing. The keys, the 13 keys. What's the key for leaving the race?
That's
Or
the
almost getting
incumbency.
shot?
That's
Oh,
the
that's the incumbency key?
Lichtman has made it clear that in order to satisfy the keys, Biden should resign the presidency, such that Kamala is the incumbent and
she gets the
retains the
incumbency keys.
incumbency key.
That's the formalism he's going with. All right, whatever. I don't like that analysis, but bye.
Pisco hates Alan Lichtman. That's his
All right,
least
I'm
favorite
out.
person.
Boy, Steven, good to chat with you guys. You have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
I guess I'll leave too. I don't want to talk to just Destiny now
Wow.
that Josiah and Pisco are gone. But all right, see you later. Have a fun rest of your stream, my dude.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yep, sure. What's up?
Here's something that I'm curious about. So, okay, first of all, tell me if you feel like this is a fair or accurate summary. The big issue at the border right now is the fact that the way that our laws are written, anybody can basically just walk up and ask for asylum, and they're basically guaranteed to get in the U.S. and then get a ticket for a court date. That it's a huge issue right now. Do you agree that that's a fair summary or no?
Yeah, on our Policy 3 Wonks podcast, we did an episode on the border, and that does seem to be the issue where it seems like there's essentially I honestly I guess it's just a realization that this is the case, that you could go through the lengthy sort of legal immigration process, or you could just try to sneak in to the border. But then there's a realization that it's you could just claim asylum.
Yeah.
And because the asylum process is so backed up and takes so long, you even if you get kicked out of the country, you still get several years of working in America.
Can you tell me why did this just become a thing? Why weren't people abusing this 10 years ago? Or what did something significantly change about asylum seeking, or why, or did people just realize this, or what?
This would be conjecture, but if I looked into it, I would assume that it would be because when Trump took office, he took such an incredibly hard stance on illegal immigration that because illegal immigrants aren't stupid or anything. They have there's clear strategies for immigrating to the United States in an undocumented sense that spread around to people who want to enter into the country. And my assumption would be that when Trump took office, there was an understanding that, well, hey, you can't really just sneak into the country as easily as you used to. However, there is a legal process for claiming asylum that you can take advantage of in that circumstance. And that's where the Remain in Mexico policies start to come in, where it's hey, if you want to seek asylum, you have to stay in Mexico, this kind of thing. And so my assumption would be that's where it kind of started to, be popularized, and maybe COVID has something to do with it as well. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reform that probably needs to happen to the asylum seeking process. Alex Narasto, in a conversation I had with him a long time ago, one thing that he pointed to was that the people perceive problems where there is chaos. And so even if the problem at the border is because of people taking advantage of a legal process, that because it causes chaos to have so many people coming into the country, they're going to perceive that as a very chaotic and poor process. And so if all we did was just liberalize work permits and allow people to come in a more orderly process instead of having them all stack up into one, asylum seeking or refugee process, that would probably lead to a lot less polarization on the border, because people just wouldn't see a chaotic process. They would just kind of, maybe there'd be some notion of immigrants taking work visas, but that's a much less apparent problem than a bunch of people stacking up in an asylum process. So.
Yeah, the problem is that I feel like liberals don't have that strong of a position on immigration because it just seems unsolvable. It seems like nobody wants to come together to do anything. And then conservatives don't have a coherent position on it either. So it's I don't know if there's nobody seems to know, I don't think anybody even knows what they want immigration to the United States to look like. Conservatives seem to say they want nobody except for high-skilled workers, which is equally retarded as saying you only want low-skilled workers. That's all workers are valuable. And then all they say is liberals want open borders, but I don't know any poll that shows that liberals want open borders. That's a fictitious position. So immigration is a very annoying thing to. Yeah, nobody has there's no serious conversations on it. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's, I don't know. I guess it's similar to Israel-Palestine, where like you have said, well, what it's going to take with Israel-Palestine is leaders who come together and are willing to concede things. And I think that, and in some regards, take political hits for doing so. And I think that with the undocumented immigrant issue, I think what it's going to take is just some coalescence of political circumstance such that we create a seriously expedited path to residency for all of these undocumented immigrants, and then probably reform the asylum process, but also reform our broader immigration process so that if you're basically just an immigrant who wants to come and work here, that's not like an impossible process. Because again, like when conservatives talk about this problem, it's like, well, why are people choosing to go through the asylum process? Well, they're doing that because it's just the easiest way to come here and work for the most part, right? It's not like immigrants have super easy access to welfare benefits or anything like that. I mean, you can look at, how much welfare immigrants take in and how much they pay into the systems. It's not really bankrupting us in any sense.
Well, not even bankrupting. I believe the largest piece I've read on this, I think I have this link to my doc, shows that counterintuitively, illegal immigrants are either neutral to positive impacting on fiscal on budgets. And the reason being is because, like you said, oftentimes they have either fake social security numbers or none. So they're just like, they're paying taxes sometimes into systems, and then they don't actually get anything back for it because they can't access any of those like welfare benefits or anything else. So they just end up,
or the fact that like, if we understand that the welfare state is mostly a system to help non-workers, which is definitively the case. Our two biggest pieces of welfare spending that we do, like half the federal budget or some crazy percentage, 40% of it is just Medicare and Social Security. Even if you were to allow in,
I don't know if I would say half. Isn't it like 2/3? You're talking about, that's essentially all entitlement spending, right? Or is there entitlement spending that's not just Social Security and Medicare?
The last I checked, don't we spend like about $2 to $3 trillion a year on both of those programs? And I think the whole federal budget is maybe $5 or $6 trillion.
Really?
So I'm not sure what
is our discretionary. I thought that
to.
non-discretionary was like 2/3 of the budget about, and then discretionary was like about 1/3 approximately.
Well, no, nonetheless, it's just a huge percentage, obviously, of our spending is just helping elderly people basically stay out of poverty. And when you consider that, if you were to allow in all these immigrants, they necessarily wouldn't drain the system because they're all workers. They're working, right? They're not a bunch of old disabled people who are immediately going to go on to benefits. They're prime age workers. Right? It's one of the reasons why people say, oh, immigrants are more likely to commit crime. Well, they're more likely to commit crime because they're younger. Right? These are young working people. And so those people pay into systems more so than they take out of them, because welfare is not a system to give poor people money. It's a system to give non-workers money. And so you let in a bunch of workers, you're going to be able to fund your systems a lot better. So the fiscal arguments have obviously always been pretty crazy. Like some conservatives will say, oh, well, what about all the kids that go to public school? It's like, yeah, but those kids are fiscal multipliers, right? Because you invest in their education and then they become workers, right? Like it's not like kids just go from school to being immediately disabled and unable to work, right? This is a huge misunderstanding of the welfare state. But honestly, it's probably not a misunderstanding. It's just an excuse to keep brown people out of the country, right? It's just, I think a lot of it just comes down to, frankly, just like racism. I think that a lot of conservatives who are super duper against immigrants, they just really don't like basically like non-white immigrants coming into the country for the most part, right?
Yeah, it's really, it's just weird and dumb. And it's based on a lot of weird protectionist ideas that like immigrants will come in, and even when our unemployment is at like 2.9%, they're still somehow like stealing all the jobs and Americans can't work. And it's just like, it's just dumb, unhinged.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, I mean, overall immigration is obviously a relatively big problem. But I mean, what people have to keep in mind is that the only reason that America is a world superpower is because of a liberal immigration policy, right? I mean, imagine if, to the white nationalists out there, like imagine if America was imagine if the only stock of people in America was only ever like the Anglo-Saxons that like came over from the UK. And we didn't have the huge waves of German, Irish, Polish, Italian, Mexican, Indian, Chinese immigration across, we would be a country that would have like 25 million people, and we'd be just as irrelevant as a country as like fucking Belgium or something, right? Like we wouldn't be a serious country without immigration. And so it's obviously just it's just a ton of fear mongering. But I guess it is funny that somebody named Nick Fuentes is super against.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, they're very, very racially diverse. Yeah,
very diverse group of white nationalists.
They are. They are indeed. Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? But Anyway, all right. Anything else, Destiny? It was fun talking.
No, see what happens. I love you. Be careful, bud.
See you, bud. Bye.
Well, Republican source tells Politico that Trump is unlikely to debate Kamala Harris, saying he'll likely call her an illegitimate candidate. I am writing the script for reality, by the way. Hold on. What is today? Is Sunday. Jesus Christ, really? Debating Andrew on the Andrew Wilson. Oh boy. On Thursday, though. Shit posting on Twitter. Is Myron hosting? Yeah, I think Myron's going to moderate. Why do you accept dog shit moderators? Myron has actually been probably one of the best moderators that I think I've had for any debate. I think most of the debates I've had where Myron is moderating, I think he heavily agrees with the other side, like in the Rollo Tomasi one and in the one with the Suleiman guy or whatever. But I think he's done a pretty fair job moderating at all of them. I don't think he's ever done anything wacky or stupid or ever, yeah. Wait, okay. I just wanted to read this real quick. I'm sorry, because this comes up, has to do with a judicial review, I guess. I'm going to do anything else with Dan in about an hour, just so you know I'll be doing that. So I'm going to have to take off soon to go set up, but let's read this real quick first. Federalist number 78. The Judiciary Department. This would have been written in, these were all written in what? 1770, 6 through 8? I think. Oh, wait, 1780s? Oh, I'm sorry, might have been. This one is 1788. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. This was way later than I thought. My bad. Okay. All right. Here we go. To the people of the state of New York, We proceed now to examine of the Judiciary Department of the proposed government. So as a refresher, the Federalist Papers were a lot of the founding fathers writing to newspapers, making arguments for federalizing the independent colonies and everything to make a cohesive government, and then arguing about what the structure of that government should ultimately look like under pseudonyms. This is the Federalist Papers are their writings that are being published. Okay, so the author for this one is Alexander Hamilton. We proceed now to an examination of the Judiciary Department of the proposed government. And unfolding, I'm reading this because supposedly this is a precursor to, or Pisco says there was good founding father justification for the judicial review that was granted in Marbury v. Madison. Marbury is probably the most famous Supreme Court case that granted the Supreme Court the ability to have judicial review, which gives them the ability to take a law from Congress and say, this law doesn't comport with the Constitution, so we're going to strike down this law, right? We proceed now to an examination of the Judiciary Department of the proposed government. In unfolding the defects of the existing Confederation, the utility and necessity of a federal judicature have been clearly pointed out. It is the less necessary to recapitulate the considerations there urged, as the propriety of the institution in the abstract is not disputed. The only questions which have been raised being relative to the manner of constituting it and to its extent. To these points, therefore, our observations shall be confined. Okay. So he's saying we all know that we need one. We're not going to argue whether or not we need one or not, but just more like what should it look like, I think is this. Okay. The manner of constituting it seems to embrace these several objects. First, the mode of appointing judges. 2, the tenure by which they are to hold their places. 3, the partition of the judiciary authority between different courts and their relations to each other. First, as to the mode of appointing the judges, this is the same with that of appointing the officers of the Union in general, and has been so fully discussed in the 2 last numbers that nothing can be said here which would not be useless repetition. So officers in the United States, in the federal government under the executive branch, all of the different agencies are offices. So like the DEA is an agency, the DOJ is an agency, the EPA is an agency. Agencies are created by Congress, authorized by law. And then when the agency is created, the President of the United States has the ability to appoint the head of an agency. For the big ones, this is called his cabinet, are composed of these people. And the heads are called their officers. The President, unless Congress says explicitly authorized, the President has the right granted by the Constitution to appoint or to nominate for appointment an officer, the head of an agency or an office. And then with the Senate will confirm that, and then that's where these agent heads come from, right? Or officers, right? I don't think we usually call them officers anymore. We call them cabinet members, or we call them the heads of agencies, but yeah. Second, and they're saying, well, we've already talked about how we do appointments. We don't need to talk about more appointments. Now we've already figured out in the last 2 papers. Second, as to the tenure by which the judges are to hold their places, this chiefly concerns their duration in office, the provisions for their support, the precautions for their responsibility. According to the plan of the convention, all judges who may be appointed by the United States are to hold their offices during good behavior, which is conformable to the most approved of the state constitutions, and among the rest to that of this state. Its propriety, having been drawn into question by the adversaries of that plan, is no light symptom of the rage for objection which disorders their imaginations and judgments. Damn, wait, who wrote 70? What did we read before? Who wrote Federalist Papers 70? Hold on. Was this? Okay, damn, okay. This is written with significantly more elevated prose than some of the other ones I've read. Who wrote 77? Oh, were they all? Okay, all right. Okay. The standard of good behavior for the continuance in office of the judicial magistracy is certainly one of the most valuable of the modern improvements in the practice of government. In a monarchy, it is an excellent barrier to to the despotism of the prince. In a republic, it is no less excellent. It is a no less excellent barrier to the encroachments and oppressions of the representative body. And it is the best expedient which can be devised in any government to secure a steady, upright, and impartial administration of the laws. So a lot of the Federalist Papers, they talk about like the British system, they talk about monarchies, and in here they're saying, well, a strong judiciary can protect a prince from anything, and it can even protect a Congress from anything, right? It's no less excellent barrier to the encroachments and oppressions of the representative body, that Congress could make laws and the judiciary can defend them. But it's also a really good way to secure a steady, upright, and impartial administration of the laws, right? Which is when you talk about whenever you talk about administration of laws or execution of laws from Congress, you're always talking about the executive. You're talking about the president. Whoever attentively considers the different departments of power must perceive that in a government in which they are separated from each other, the judiciary, from the nature of its functions, will always be the least dangerous to the political rights of the Constitution because it will be least in a capacity to annoy or injure them. The executive not only dispenses the honors, but holds the sword of the community. The legislature not only commands the purse, but prescribes the rules by which the duties and rights of every citizen are to be regulated. The judiciary, on the contrary, has no influence over either the sword or the purse, no direction either of the strength or of the wealth of the society, and can take no active resolution whatever. It may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment, and must ultimately depend upon the aid of the executive arm, even for the efficacy of its judgments. I feel like this is an argument against judicial review, but I guess we'll get there. So here they're saying that, like, well, we shouldn't be threatened by judges in terms of how they can attack us, because the judiciary basically can only hold the executive to account and prevent the legislature from doing wacky shit. They can't. The judges are neither executors of power, nor are they writers of legislation for power, right? The simple view of the matter suggests several important consequences. It proves, incontestably, that the judiciary is beyond comparison the weakest of the three departments of power. They can never attack with success either of the other two, and that all possible care is requisite to enable it to defend itself against their attacks. It equally proves that though individual oppression may now and then proceed from the courts of justice, the general liberty of the people can never be endangered from that quarter. I mean, so long as the judiciary remains truly distinct from both the legislature and the executive. For I agree that there is no liberty if the power of judging be not separated from the legislative and executive powers. And it proves, in the last place, that as liberty can have nothing to fear from the judiciary alone, but that would have everything to fear from its union with either of the other departments. Saying that, so a judiciary that stands on its own should never threaten liberty, but a judiciary aligned with one of the other departments would be a grave threat, which makes sense, remember, because up here he said that a judiciary could protect a corrupt prince and it could protect a corrupt legislature, right? Makes sense. That is, all the effects of such a union must ensue from a dependence of the former on the latter, notwithstanding a nominal and apparent separation, that as from the natural feebleness of the judiciary, it is in continual jeopardy of being overpowered, awed, or influenced by its coordinate branches, and that as nothing can contribute so much to its firmness and independence as permanency in office. This quality may therefore be justly regarded as an indispensable ingredient in its constitution, and, in a great measure, as the citadel of the public justice and the public security. So arguing that because these other two branches are so politically beholden, that the judiciary should stand as lifetime appointments, essentially, because it insulates them from the political pressures of Congress or the executive, right? The complete independence of the courts of justice is peculiarly essential in a limited constitution. By a limited constitution, I understand one which contains certain specified exceptions to the legislative authority, such, for instance, as that it shall pass no bills of attainder, no ex post facto laws, and the like. Ex post facto law, I believe, refers to the idea that you pass a law criminalizing prior behavior that now you can be held criminally liable for. Is a bill of attainder something that circumvents your due process? Hold on, let me check this real quick. A bill of attainder is a law that punishes a person or group without a judicial trial. Okay. Okay, and the like. So this is saying that a limited constitution is one that even the legislature is not allowed to pass a law that would arrest people with no due process, or pass laws that would criminalize past behavior that you would now be held criminally liable for, right? Limitations of this kind can be preserved in practice no other way than through the medium of courts of justice, whose duty it must be to declare all acts contrary to the manifest tenor of the Constitution void. Without this, all the reservations of particular rights or privileges would amount to nothing. Okay, this is your strong argument for judicial review then. Okay. Some perplexity respecting the rights of the courts to pronounce legislative acts void, because contrary to the Constitution, has arisen from an imagination that the doctrine would imply a superiority of the judiciary to the legislative power. It is urged that the authority which can declare the acts of another void must necessarily be superior to the one whose acts must be declared void. As this doctrine is of great importance in all the American constitutions, a brief discussion of the ground on which it rests cannot be unacceptable. So some people argue that, oh, well, fine, if the judiciary can just nullify anything from the legislature, it must be superior to the legislature. And Hamilton says, just because you can say that an act coming from them is void doesn't mean that you have more power than the people passing the act. So that's not true. And you'll go on to argue this. There are no position which depends on clearer principles than that every act of a delegated authority, contrary to the tenor of the commission under which it is exercised, is void. Okay, so he's saying one of the most essential ideas of governance is that if you delegate something to an authority, whatever is doing the delegation must be supporting the delegated power, right? If you delegate it, you can't, something that's contrary to the tenor of the commission would be void. You can't have the Constitution granting something to the legislature, and then the legislature defies the Constitution, then the defiance would make whatever that act is a void act, essentially, right? No legislative act, therefore, contrary to the Constitution, can be valid. To deny this would be to affirm that the deputy is greater than his principal, that the servant is above his master, that the representatives of the people are superior to the people themselves, that men acting by virtue of powers may do not only what their powers do not authorize, but what they forbid. Just reinforcing that. The Louder with Crowder CEO wants to talk. Ooh. Throw me in anytime you want, Chief. Smiley face. If it be said, there's not too much more of this. Okay. If it be said that the legislative body are themselves the constitutional judges of their own powers, and that the construction that they put upon them is conclusive upon the other departments, it may be answered that this cannot be the natural presumption, where it is not to be collected from any particular provisions in the Constitution. Whenever you see the word construction, I believe that construction refers to the idea of deciding whether or not a particular thing is in concordance with the thing that authorizes it, with the law that authorizes it. So when you talk about statutory construction, you're talking about a judiciary system reviewing a thing, or somebody reviewing a thing, saying, does this comport with the law? I think that's statutory construction. So Congress passes a law, and somebody wants to say, does this comport with the Constitution? Is this actually like a legal law? Can you really pass this? That would be a statutory construction. So this is saying you can't allow the body passing laws to do statutory construction on their own. That would be ridiculous, because then they could pass whatever they want and decide whatever they pass is legal. There'd be no, they'd have no check on their power there. It is not otherwise to be supposed that the Constitution could intend to enable the representatives of the people to substitute their will to that of the constituents. It is far more rational to suppose that the courts were designed to be an intermediate body between the people and the legislature, in order, among other things, to keep the latter within the limits assigned to their authority. The interpretation of the laws is the proper and peculiar province of the courts. A constitution is, in fact, and must be regarded by the judges as a fundamental law. It therefore belongs to them to ascertain its meaning, as well as the meaning of any particular act proceeding from the legislative body. if there should happen to be an irreconcilable variance between the two, that which has the superior obligation and validity ought, of course, to be preferred. Or, in other words, the Constitution ought to be preferred to the statute, the intention of the people to the intention of their agents. So basically saying that, like, if there's a disagreement between what a judge would say Congress says versus what the Constitution says, the Constitution is not federal law, okay? I kind of argued with this. I don't know what a law professor would say. This is a feeling that I have. I could be wrong. If there's a federal, or if there's a constitutional that wants to disagree, feel free to let me know. But, like, I don't think you shouldn't conceive of the Constitution as federal law. It's not. Federal law is passed by the legislature, and they get their mandate, their power from the Constitution. Okay, so it's not like federal statutes and laws and like the Constitution and the amendments are all the same. They're not. It is the Constitution is the engine that powers things like the legislative body, which then passes federal laws. And if you have an irreconcilability between a federal law and the Constitution is always preferred because you're not comparing one law to another. You're comparing the supreme law or the Constitution to a statute or a law passed by the Congress, which gets its power or authority from the Constitution, right? And they're saying that obviously it's the judiciary that makes these decisions. Nor does this conclusion by any means suppose a superiority of the judicial to the legislative power. It only supposes that the power of the people is superior to both, and that where the will of the legislature, declared in its statutes, stands in opposition to that of the people, declared in the Constitution, the judges ought to be governed by the latter rather than by the former. So because the Constitution represents the will of the people, anytime the Constitution and the legislature disagree, or the will of the legislature disagrees, judges ought to be here to preserve adherence to the Constitution, not to the legislature, right? They ought to regulate their decisions by the fundamental laws rather than by those which are not fundamental. Constitutional law versus statutes passed by Congress. This exercise of judicial discretion in determining between two contradictory laws is exemplified in a familiar instance. It not uncommonly happens that there are two statutes existing at one time, clashing in whole or in part with each other, and neither of them containing any repealing clause or expression. In such a case, it is the province of the courts to liquidate and fix their meaning and operation. So far as they can, by any fair construction, be reconciled to each other, reason and law conspire to dictate that this should be done. Where this is impractical, it becomes a matter of necessity to give effect to one in exclusion of the other. So talking about, well, what happens when you pass two laws and they seem to be in discord with each other? They don't something is contradictory. One law says one thing, the other law says another thing, they stand in direct opposition, right? The rule which has obtained in the courts for determining their relative validity is that the last in order of time shall be preferred to the first. But this is a mere rule of construction, not derived from any positive law, but from the nature and reason of the thing. It is a rule not enjoined upon the courts by legislative provision, but adopted by themselves as consonant to truth and propriety for the direction of their conduct as interpreters of the law. They thought it reasonable that between the interfering acts of an equal authority, that which was the last indication of its will should have the preference. So it's saying, well, one way the courts resolve this, let's say there's a law that says cars should be legal, another law says cars shouldn't be legal. Well, what was the last law that the legislature passed? It's the one that says cars shouldn't be legal. So even if they didn't include a clause saying we're going to repeal the last law, you would probably prefer the last one because it seems to be representing the will of the legislature, right? But in regard to the interfering acts of a superior and subordinate authority, but keep in mind here, he's talking about only when you're talking about an equal authority, meaning one law passed by the legislature compared to another law passed by the legislature, right? But in regard to the interfering acts of a superior and subordinate authority, of an original and derivative power, right? The Constitution and the legislature is an original, the Constitution, derivative power, the legislature that derives its power from the Constitution. The nature and reason of the thing indicate the converse of that rule as proper to be followed. They teach us that the prior act of a superior ought to be preferred to the subsequent act of an inferior and subordinate authority, and that accordingly, whenever a particular statute contravenes the Constitution, it will be the duty of the judicial tribunals to adhere to the latter and disregard the former. So obviously saying that a court should rule in concordance with the superior governing authority, even if an inferior one disagrees at a later point in time. It can be of no weight to say that the courts, on the pretense of a repugnancy, may substitute their own pleasure to the constitutional intentions of the legislature. This might as well happen in the case of two contradictory statutes, or it might as well happen in every adjudication upon any single statute. The courts must declare the sense of the law, and if they should be disposed to exercise will instead of judgment, the consequence would equally be the substitution of their pleasure to that of the legislative body. The observation, if it prove anything, would prove that there ought to be no judges distinct from that body. So they're saying that the judiciary exists only for statutory construction, not to impose their will, not to write legislation, right? This is when people call legislating from the bench. This is kind of what they're talking about. Not the judges aren't there to write legislation. They're only there to impose their judgment, deciding if a thing is with concordance with the law or not. Otherwise, if judges could write their own legislation, then they're not distinct at all from the legislative body itself, right? This is one of the chief arguments kind of against the idea of Roe v. Wade. The construction of like the right to privacy from, your penumbra of rights, you're, trying to figure out these, they're saying that, oh, well, hold on. It feels like judges are writing legislation. All right, it's kind of, yeah. If, then, the courts of justice are to be considered as the bulwarks of a limited constitution against legislative encroachments, this consideration will afford a strong argument for the permanent tenure of judicial offices, since nothing will contribute so much as this to that independent spirit in the judges which must be essential to the faithful performance of so arduous a duty. The independence of the judges is equally requisite to guard the Constitution and the rights of individuals from the effects of those ill humors which the arts of designing men or the influence of particular conjunctures sometimes disseminate among the people themselves, and which, though they speedily give place to better information and more deliberate reflection, have a tendency, in the meantime, to occasion dangerous innovations in the government and serious oppressions of the minor party in the community. So you need independence because if you don't have independence, sometimes you get individuals that want to do wacky and crazy things, especially because of political influence and the desire to win re-election and to run again. And so you want them to be shielded from this. So this Federalist paper is making arguments for the lifetime appointments, basically, as an essential safeguard to the independence of the judiciary, right? Though I trust the friends of the proposed Constitution will never concur with its enemies in questioning that fundamental principle of Republican government, which admits the right of the people to alter or abolish the established Constitution whenever they find it inconsistent with their happiness, yet it is not to be inferred from this principle that the representatives of the people, whenever a momentary inclination happens to lay hold of a majority of their constituents incompatible with the provisions in the existing Constitution, would, on that account, be justifiable in a violation of those provisions, or that the courts would be under a greater obligation to connive at infractions in this shape than when they had proceeded wholly from the cabals of the representative body. That's a strong statement. Basically saying that we trust people to do the right thing. However, if at some moment in time they decide to rise up and fight against the Constitution, the legislature should not have the ability to do that. The judiciary will hold firm and do their constitutional interpretations as such, and if the legislature really wants to fight the Constitution, they need to change the Constitution. They can't put themselves above it. They have to change it. Until the people have, by some solemn and authoritative act, he's about to say this here, annulled or changed the established form, it is binding upon themselves collectively, as well as individually, the presumptive form being the constitutional, basically set out, the legislative declaration set out in the Constitution, right? As well as individually, and no presumption or even knowledge of their sentiments can warrant their representatives in a departure from it prior to such an act. You cannot violate the Constitution without changing the Constitution, right? But it is easy to see that it would require an uncommon portion of fortitude in the judges to do their duty as faithful guardians of the Constitution, where legislative invasions of it had been instigated by the major voice of the community. So if there was a moment in time where people were being wacky and crazy and your judges had to run for re-election, it's easy to see that it would require an uncommon portion of fortitude. It would require an uncommon will for a judge to resist that political inclination, right? It would be very difficult. But it is not with a view to infractions of the Constitution only that the independence of the judges may be an essential safeguard against the effects of occasional ill humors in the society. these sometimes extend no farther than to the injury of the private rights of particular classes of citizens by unjust and partial laws. Here also, the firmness of the judicial magistracy is of vast importance in mitigating the severity and confining the operation of such laws. It not only serves to moderate the immediate mischiefs of those which may have been passed, but it operates as a check upon the legislative body in passing them, who, perceiving that obstacles to the success of iniquitous intention are to be expected from the scruples of the courts, are in a manner compelled by the very motives of the injustice they mediate to qualify their attempts. I think this is basically arguing, it's saying that just by virtue of having an independent judiciary, you ensure better laws from the legislature because they know that the judiciary is going to be checking you, right? The firmness of the magistracy, the firmness and the separation of the courts serves to moderate the immediate mischiefs of those, right? It operates as a check upon the legislative body in passing them, right? That the legislature will take into account, we try to do this, courts will fuck us, so that, right, that helps, right? Yeah. This is a circumstance calculated to have more influence upon the character of our governments than but few may be aware of. The benefits of the integrity and moderation of the judiciary have already been felt in more states than one, and though they may have displeased those whose sinister expectations they may have disappointed, they must have commanded the esteem and applause of all the virtuous and disinterested. Considerate men of every description ought to prize whatever will tend to beget or fortify that temper in the courts, as no man can be sure that he may not be tomorrow the victim of a spirit of injustice, by which he may be a gainer today. And basically saying that, like, you should champion when the courts shut down stuff because, hey, it might be you getting fucked tomorrow, right? And every man must now feel that the inevitable tendency of such a spirit is to sap the foundations of public and private confidence and to introduce in its stead universal distrust and distress. You can't let people break laws, like the legislature break laws, because it would fuck with everybody. Nobody would trust the system, right? That inflexible and uniform adherence to the rights of the Constitution and of individuals, which we perceive to be indispensable in the courts of justice, can certainly not be expected from judges who hold their offices by a temporary commission. Periodical appointments, however regulated, or by whomsoever made, would, in some way or other, be fatal to their necessary independence. If the power of making them was committed either to the executive or legislature, there would be danger of an improper complaisance to the branch which possessed it. If to both, there would be an unwillingness to hazard the displeasure of either. If to the people, or to persons chosen by them for the special purpose, there would be too great a disposition to consult popularity to justify a reliance that nothing would be consulted but the Constitution and the laws. So basically saying that, like, if the justices have to rely on the president's approval, then they're going to always support the president. And if they've got to rely on the legislature's approval, they're always going to support the legislature. There is yet a further and a weightier reason for the permanency of the judicial offices, which is deducible from the nature of the qualifications they require. It has been frequently remarked with great propriety that a voluminous code of laws is one of the inconveniences necessarily connected with the advantages of a free government. To avoid an arbitrary discretion in the courts, it is indispensable that they should be bound down by strict rules and precedents which serve to define and point out their duty in every particular case that comes before them. And it will readily be conceived from the variety of controversies which grow out of the folly and wickedness of mankind that the records of those precedents must unavoidably swell to a very considerable bulk and must demand long and laborious study to acquire a competent knowledge of them. It sounds like this is, if I say anything wrong, feel free to correct me. It sounds like this is basically outlining a concept called, in modern law, stare decisis. And Gorsuch talks about this when he wrote the opinion in the Chevron case, that there's a collective wisdom that can be spoken about, passed down from decision to decision to decision. That's why legal precedent exists. That's why the jurisprudence of a court exists and depends upon necessarily the decisions before them, because there is every judge before them has seen these decisions, made these decisions, and affirmed these decisions, and there's a wisdom passed down that you should pay attention to. It's important, right? It's those decisions as they pass down unavoidably swell to a very considerable bulk and must demand long and laborious study to acquire a competent knowledge of them. You probably have to study a long time, go to law school, do everything else to understand, like, all of the law that comes before you, right? Hence it is that there can be but few men in the society who will have sufficient skill in the laws to qualify them for the stations of judges. And making the proper deductions for the ordinary depravity of human nature, the number must be still smaller of those who unite the requisite integrity with the requisite knowledge. Not many people are going to be able to study enough to do this, basically. These considerations apprise us that the government can have no great option between fit character and that a temporary duration in office, which would naturally discourage such characters from quitting a lucrative line of practice to accept a seat on the bench, which would have a tendency to throw the administration of justice into hands less able and less well qualified to conduct it with utility and dignity. That if you've got, like, if the terms are temporary, like, people just aren't going to quit their jobs to be Supreme Court justices, and there's going to be all this political shit, and it's just not, you're going to deprive yourself of the best talent, basically. In the present circumstances of this country, and in those in which it is likely to be for a long time to come, the disadvantages on the score would be greater than they may at first sight appear, but it must be confessed that they are far inferior to those which present themselves under the other aspects of this subject. You have a lot to lose by having not lifetime appointments, basically, and that as time goes on, you're really going to notice that. Upon the whole, there could be no room to doubt that the convention acted wisely in copying from the models of those constitutions which have established good behavior as the tenure of their judicial offices in point of duration. I think this means instead of duration, in point of, right? Or maybe when you talk about the duration, it's only because you have good behavior, not because you've got some appointed time, basically. And that so far from being blamable on this account, their plan would have been inexcusably defective if it had wanted this important feature of good government. The experience of Great Britain affords an illustrious comment on the excellence of the institution. Okay, there you go. So I made the statement, I'd read somewhere before that in Marbury v. Madison, when the court grants itself the ability for judicial review, it seems like that decision wasn't something that the framers originally envisioned. They'd only envisioned the court to basically have the final say in court cases. And then Pisco said, well, actually, in the Federalist Papers, the Founding Fathers did give arguments that seemed to point towards judicial review. And then someone in chat said, Federalist number 78. So this is Federalist 78. We read it. These are undeniably incredibly strong arguments for the concept of judicial review. I mean, blanket, right? The idea that you can say no to the legislature because it doesn't comport with the superior authority, the Constitution, right? Okay. There you go. All right. Okay, I'm going to go get ready for my show with Dan downstairs. What did I ask him? I think I asked him explicitly the Kamala Harris question. Curious what happens in big businesses. I call this... Oh, shit. I asked him about the second meeting meme, too.
Not doubting that they're out there, and I'm sure people interview them. That's a lot about those same series. This is the people you think...
Will it be live? Yeah.
Issues at
I do ask him. That's okay.
RFK.
What is this guy talking about? Okay. The Constantine dude is... Hold on. Going for a risky ratio here. Good luck. All right, I'm gonna go set up. I love you guys. Be careful. Yeah, I should be live in like 20 minutes. I love you. Bye.